Hello everyone, this is Termuse, and today I'm picking up a game called OmOneko? OmOneko? How do you pronounce that? Matty D, where are you? You need to tell me how to pronounce your game. I never really thought about it, to be honest. Yeah, it's made by Matty D, also known as Mac Daddy. Matty, he may have seen him in chat in my streams periodically. But yeah, he made a visual novel game. It centers around cat girls, which really aren't my thing. I mean, I don't have any particular love or hate about cat girls. I mean, some people are obsessed with them or whatever, but I'm kind of indifferent about them, like as a concept. Hey, Maddie's here. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? uh, Glad you could make it. Yes, I'm playing your game. Um, yeah, I don't know. It's a kind of thing. I made it. I don't know, a little embarrassed to play it publicly, but I don't know, we'll see how it goes. Like it came recommended by woohoo, indeed, yes. Hey, and Dev's here. Welcome to the stream. Rare stream time where I'm available. Hey, yeah, had to happen once in a while. um, yeah. What do I even say about this? I Part of the reason I feel obligated to stream is that apparently my name is in the credits. Because I did a bit of proofreading of an early demo. Um, and so now I feel obligated to find out how it turned out. um, and Yeah, also it came recommended by someone. Someone that I trust. I don't know if I should name names, but someone was basically saying, "Yeah, I can't blame you if you don't want to play this, but maybe play it anyway." But I can't tell you why. So someone who is close to the project is saying it. Free on Steam and Itch.io. Yeah, that's right. Yes, this is a free game. Yeah, you can just you can just download and play it if you want. But yeah, why isn't this? Sorry, I'm keeping an eye on Discord because my server has a bot which is supposed to pick up streams and uh, 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 put a notification, and it's not picking up. I don't know. Something strange is going on with the bot there. Whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it now. Without further ado, let's just start this up. I guess. Push the start button. When door closes, starting the story. Oh, okay, I just got an achievement. Jerry's playtesting was excellent. Oh, thank you. I'm the cat. Was this in the demo? Part 1. Is it waiting for me to click? I guess so. Mia glares at me one last time before slamming the door. As her dramatic exit fades, I realize this may be the last time I see my girlfriend again. Well, ex-girlfriend, that's for sure. I surrender myself to the sofa, trying to replay all the terrible things that were said, but all I can think is, wow, all her stuff fit in 2 bags. 6 months of living together. Everything, 2 bags. I get it. She just got the car. Yes, she had to save a long time for it, and as clever as Nikos are, they just lose it when crossing roads. In so many ways, they look human. Hitting a Nico must be as traumatic as hitting an actual person. I can't imagine going through that, and yes, it sucks that a car is wrecked, but this is bullshit. Get rid of Claudia. No, Claudia had nothing to do with your accident. Even if I want to get rid of Claudia, which I don't, I can't. I promised that I would care for her. It was the whole point of moving back here. Mia knows this. What the hell did she expect me to say? Bullshit. I bend aloud to the room and notice a concerned pair of eyes peeking at me from the sunroom. Yeah, so already I could say it's kind of neat. Like the like the panning, zooming, action effects. It's a very strong start to the game. It looks cool. Also, has the start of the world building. Um, I one of those things. Where's the history button? Wait, how do I bring up the history? There it is. Um, yeah. Wait, I can't watch VNs anymore without thinking, oh man, that animation must have been a pain in the ass. Yeah. Hey, you can do it too, Dev. Just take some practice. Um, yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, so basically, there's some world building going on here. This is basically an alternate modern day Earth, I guess, where there's a species of cat people called Nikos, and it's as you know, like the wording here, as clever as Nikos are, they just live in crossing roads. In so many ways, they look human. Hitting Nico must be traumatic because hitting an actual person. Like this is very uh, uh, it's like demeaning them as subhuman kind of language being used here. So this is the kind of sets up what. Oh, I just well shoot, an ad break just started. Um, This thing didn't give a notification. Okay, I'll be right back. And I'm back again. Sorry about the interruption. Um, yeah, this thing is supposed to notify me uh, uh, when ad break is coming up. It just occurred to me my for this streaming the tags on here. I think I can get rid of the no backcity please permadeath and hardcore tags that are listed on the on the stream. Those were just the leftover tags I had when I was playing The Long Dark earlier. uh, Making a VN tends to suck a lot of the fun out of playing VNs. Yeah, lose some of the suspension of disbelief as your dev mind won't shut up. I mean, yeah, there's that. I mean, I can say that certainly came into play when during all the times I've played through mods on this channel, like mods for DDLC, and for example. But I don't know. I think I like to think that they're in some ways it helps me appreciate the creative work on multiple levels. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna refresh this page here, see if I can maybe that will make the notifications work again. That seemed to work yesterday. Anyway, yeah, where was I? Yeah, so this yeah, world building, alternate Earth, cat girls. Let's just get back into it. Notice a concerned pair of eyes peeking at me from the sunroom. Hey, Claus, sorry you had to hear all that. She hid from the fight. Now she's come out to assess the situation and to check on me. Mad. I force a smile. Not at you. Oh, there she is. With slow, deliberate steps, Claudia crosses the room. She stops at the far end of the sofa, examining me with her gentle gaze. This is your home, Claudia. I will never send you away. Your family. Claudia's expression visibly softens, but the crease of her brow betrays some lingering unease. She can read my dark mood. Hitting backspace is a history shortcut. Thank you, Ryan, for clicking that. Oh, really? You just hit backspace? Oh, okay, there you go. Good to know. Thanks. Moving on. In her typical way, Mia didn't just leave. She quietly scorched the earth beneath us first. She knew what fuel to use and just where to set the sparks. She didn't yell. She didn't even raise her voice. The whole melodramatic event left me exhausted, hollowed out, and smoldering. Claudia slides over to me, placing a hand on my thigh and letting out a small sound. Sad. I thought I was hiding it better. Yeah, I'm sad. I reach up and rub her head. Claudia presses into my hand, twisting so that I'm now rubbing the base of her ear. She loved it when Mommy would do this. My fingers alternate between rubbing and scratching the thick, yielding cartilage of her cool, large ear. Her closed eyes and peaceful smile are complemented by a long, low hum. Claudia's presence at this moment brings a tranquility which is surprisingly disarming. Like a relaxing fist, the tension fades from my back and neck as I rub her ear. Her simple joy thins the bitterness in my belly, melting it away. Yeah, so this is what we're in here for. what we're in for, folks. I guess. Claudia lets out more soft hums and turns, rolling it onto her back with her head in my lap. I have to reach around, he said reach around her face to keep scratching her ear. This means I can feel her warm breath on the skin of my forearm as she hums to her contagious smile. The moment is both deeply intimate and completely innocent. I've always been amazed at the level of trust she gives me, completely vulnerable yet totally comfortable. Yeah, this is what, right off the bat. I'm kind of like the other woman we saw earlier, Mia, who's apparently Protag's ex-girlfriend. That has to feel weird for this. I mean, even though they apparently view the Nikos as subhuman or whatever, the fact that they've got this seeming voluptuous young woman in their house who just cuddles up to him periodically as a cat would, that's got to be off-putting. But anyway, moving on. Growing up together, Claudia was Mom's shadow. Mom would dress her up and do girly things with her. They'd be together all the time. When not with Mom, Claudia would hang out alone in the sunroom watching the birds. I always thought she was pretty, but other than seeing her at dinner and an occasional out-of-nowhere hug from her, my head was buried in schoolwork. We just weren't very close. After I finished school, I was able to get my own place with a monthly disbursement from Dad's accident. I met Mia. Oh, more backstory. Protag's dad had an accident of some kind. Um, the framing suggests, I mean, monthly disbursement from Dad's accident, it seems to imply that he's getting, like, so like life insurance payments or something, like implying that his dad is dead, perhaps. Anyway, moving on. Then Mom had to move and couldn't take Claudia with her. Mom offered me the house on the provision that I care for Nico. Of course, I said yes. We moved in. For the last 6 months, my focus was naturally on Mia. Claudia would help me in the kitchen and have meals with us, but otherwise she kept to herself, but keeping busy with chores, doing dishes, folding laundry, taking care of the flowers in the garden. And now, after the breakup with Mia, here's Claudia to ease my stress. Selflessly affectionate, reminding me of when we were younger. I'd get home after a hard day at school. Claudia would come out of the sunroom and surprise me with a big hug and a smile. Yeah, as is typical, these, oh shoot, I just realized my webcam is in front of the text. That's not good. Maybe I should move this. More, I just moved it a little off the side there. Is, I don't know, is the text always on the left there? I'm not actually sure. But yeah, shoot, what was I gonna say? Yeah, text moves around. Yeah, I had a feeling that was the case. Maybe I should be, maybe the webcam should be in the corner. I don't know. Where? Oh, figure out where's was it good? Up higher, down low. Yeah. Figure out where it should go as I go along, I suppose. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, what do I say about this? I mean, I made the comment earlier that like cat girls aren't really my thing. It's there's, more than that. There's I mean, I gotta be honest, yeah, I gotta be honest. The, the whole concept of having subhuman characters that you're seemingly supposed to lust after, doesn't sit well with me. Like I'm gonna give it a shot anyway. I'm gonna play through this, but I mean, I've mentioned it to Maddie. He knows that I'm kind of a little, okay, this is a little on the uncomfortable side. Um, I mean, I'm the sort of person who, if I'm in a relationship, I want it to be like an equal partnership. It's and I don't know, just having the concept of, yeah, I don't know, the concept in general of having these subhuman characters is a little off-putting, but not a huge fan of the writing here so far. Yeah, it's wondering if it's going to take a parody turn. Well, we shall see. Yeah, yeah, as Dev said, like, not crazy about the setup. Like, I mean, well, like, we'll see how it goes. It's just it's I don't know. It's hard to put my finger on. Like, what it is about it that like, I don't know. It's just like this notion of like Claudia like helping out in the kitchens with meals, like cooking and cleaning and so on. It's like it feels like almost like I don't want to say like slave labor, but like she's there as the help, like unpaid help. um, who's also there to be like ogled or whatever. It's cat girl trope blows me, subverted, slow boil, trustless story. Say it, say it. um, yeah, well, you mean when you mean the part about slave labor? I mean, like the line earlier about the shoot, where was it? Yeah, in so many ways they look human. It must hitting a Nico unless he's traumatic is hitting an actual person. Can't imagine going through that. Like, like the fact that Protag has lived with Claudia his whole life. I'm assuming his. Uh, uh, yep, cringe and power dynamic is the trope. Yeah. The power dynamic. Thank you. Yeah, that's one of the key phrases I think I'm looking for here. Um, there's a huge power differential going on here. Like, you know, like the Nikos are not only seen as subhuman, like the like you can like apparently kill one with a car, and that they're more and people are more concerned about the car. You know, like it's like their very lives don't matter, and they just exist to you know, be nice to look at and help out and stuff, and to be used and abused and whatever. Which interesting choice of staging. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. I like I said before, like I played an early demo of this. I know a bit of the beginning of this, but I don't exactly know where it's going. But we'll see. Anyway, moving right along. Now after the breakup with Mia, here's Claudio to ease my stress. Selflessly affectionate, reminding me of when we were younger. I get home after a hard day at school. Claudio would come out of the sunroom and surprise me with a big hug and a smile. She always seemed to know when I needed one. My Nico now, my responsibility. I hate that Mia put me into a position where I was expected to choose between my girlfriend and my Nico. It's complete bullshit that Mia would vent on Claudia like this. As the bitter flavors resurge to sour my stomach, Claudia pops her head up. Tea. Yeah, good idea. We head into the kitchen to make our tea. I prepare the kettle and grab the tin while Claudia fetches 2 cups and the milk. For me, a cup of tea with a splash of milk. For Claudia, a cup of milk with a splash of tea. I don't know if you can really call what Claudia drinks tea, but she's always called it that, so I do too. Claudia drinks half her tea, then she sits grinning and licking her lips. I smile, almost against my will. It's all the evidence I need. I am grateful to have her. Claudia is intelligent, capable, and complex, with such alien motivations and concerns compared to those of humans. But it's the way she so deeply embraces the simplest joys of her domesticated life that I find so zen. As if reading my thoughts, Claudia looks up from her tea. Good. As always, I'm not entirely sure what she's referring to, likely much more than just the tea. Yes, Claudia, it is good. Oh. Guess we're getting an introductory sequence here. Talechaser presents a story told by... Okay, so I guess Claudia came into the picture after the dad left. ID, Diablo Grays, Albal, Ryan 34. These are various names of people who worked on the project, I suppose. I'm reliably informed that some of the names are from the Karawa Shoujo project back in the day, which is a visual novel I played a little bit of, enough to be impressed by the writing and characters and so on, but didn't really get into. Yeah, is it OmOneko or OmOneko? I was asking that earlier. Yeah, the image of the rat there, I have a feeling rats are going to be an important fixture in this later on. OmOneko? Okay. I had a feeling. Shoot, there's something else I was going to say. Yeah, the the way the narrator, the way the protag frames descriptions of Claudia, it gives the impression that he thinks of her as well, just, I don't know. Like he refers to her as intelligent, capable, and complex. But I don't know, what am I trying to say here? Like I do kind of wonder like how much she's able to is able to grasp what's going on. Like maybe she actually has normal human intelligence, but just doesn't have a grasp of language. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna move right along. Like a bolt from the blue, the doorbell shatters my trance. I take a moment to shake off the irrational sense of dread the doorbell always causes me. Relax, it's just a stupid doorbell. It's probably nothing, the postman or kids selling cookies for a fundraiser. I know it's nothing still, every time I hear it. Yeah. I'm sort of presuming there's a bit of PTSD going on here, like the doorbell like signified like when his dad died or something. Anyway, shake my head to rebury the old ghosts. Rebury the old ghost, unearth some more recent one. Mia, did she come back? Of course not. Mia wouldn't just come back. If she wanted to talk, she'd message and tell me to meet her. Likely somewhere inconvenient. It would be all planned out ahead of time. Now I'm thinking about Mia again. How did she fit all of her stuff in 2 bags? I mean, seriously, they weren't even big bags. Maybe I screwed up this time. Usually when she's passive-aggressive, Mia, I could just wait her out, let her get it out of her system. If I hadn't said anything, maybe that's what would have happened this time too. I hesitate a moment to collect myself. By now, Claudia should be out of sight, so a stranger won't see her. One of the first things Mom taught her. Having a Nico isn't illegal, but it is kind of weird, and the fewer people who know, the better. Yeah, we're world building. It's not illegal, but it's frowned upon. I was also I wanted to comment on yeah, some of these comments he's making about Mia. It says a lot about their the state of their relationship. They didn't necessarily talk things out. Sounds like he had a habit of like brushing her off and just hoping the problem goes away on its own. Which I don't know. Hey, sometimes that can be a good thing. I mean, like awkwardness feeds itself. Sometimes the best way to deal with an awkward moment in a relationship is to just have a mutual unspoken agreement to not talk about it and just steamroll on past it. Why is he so obsessed with the bags? Um, I mean, I think the impression is that like he thought that they were building a life together, living together, and but she didn't actually have that much stuff that she cared to pick up when she left. Like it's like it all, it's not like I mean I think he's obsessed with the bags because he thought that she would have had more than 2 bags worth of stuff. That's how I read it. Um, yeah, what else? Sorry, there was something else I was going to comment on. Yeah, the passive aggressive thing. I can't remember. I'm just going to move on. With a deep breath, I open the door to end the mystery. What? I twist the handle and give a firm tug. The door opens slightly and then is yanked closed again. My lungs slowly force air through clenched teeth, causing a hissing sound like the slow match of a burning fuse. I'm in no mood for this. I'm still wound up tight because of Mia. This is a bad time for someone to be messing with me. A heat from the back of my skull radiates into my arms, bringing both my hands around the door handle. Yanking with all my might does the trick. Yeah! Too well. The door flies open. I tumble backwards. My second surprise this morning is replaced by shock as someone lands on top of me. Ow! The next moment lasts only an instant, but feels much longer as my brain pieces together what's happening. Someone is on top of me. That someone is probably a woman, guessing by the smell of peach shampoo. An unmistakable feel of breasts pressed to my face through soft fabric. Normally, breasts on my face would put me in a good mood, but the pain in my back, ugh! And the sound she makes zap me back into reality. She seems in pain. With surprising quickness, she rolls off of me and turns back towards the door, and then I notice the ears and tail. It's Nico, wearing a collar with a leash tied to the door handle. What the At the sound of my voice, the Nico spins back towards me, leaning uncomfortably close. The blindingly sharp movement freezes me in place. Nose to nose, her unblinking eyes hold my gaze. Her breath warms my face as she angrily scrutinizes me. After a moment, she twists away. The Nico settles onto her rump, her tail falls with a heavy thump. Is that intentional rhyme? She lets out a displeased huff, a quiet vocal whine, the same sound that a moment ago I mistook for pain. As I remember to breathe again, my mind puts the final piece of the puzzle together. I'm sorry, Dev's reaction. Yikes. I mean, yes, yikes. um, what do I even say? This conveys an impression of catering to a very particular audience, I guess. That the very anime trope of "oops, I fell down and my breast hit your face" kind of thing, like, that sort of thing. Yeah, like I said, very anime. Anyway, I mean a certain kind of anime. Anyway, moving right along. Pepper. Pepper turns one ear in my direction at the sound of her name, but keeps her focus towards the door. Oh, you noticed that? Well, I mean, yeah, used tasteful and anime industry tropes like being locked in the sports room. Oh, right. Yeah. Yes, club meetings reference. I get it. Pepper is in my house. Why is Pepper in my house? Pepper, why are you here, and where's Goro? I ask that last question already knowing the answer. My eyes focus on Pepper's leash tied to my door handle. Pepper, pawn. Goro, gone. The ache in my back slowly slows my rise from the hard floor. I step around Pepper and untie her leash. Grab her small suitcase. Her small suitcase. I'm going to murder Goro. Pepper is Goro's Nico. Like me and Claudia, Goro has had Pepper since he was a kid and she was a kitten. When Goro was young, rats, the normal scary big ones, the length of your arm, not the insanely horrifyingly big ones the size of your leg, found a way into his basement. Yeah, more world building. In addition to the Nikos, apparently ROUSs are a thing. Rats of unusual or rodents of unusual size. Anyway, moving on. Of course, Goro's family tried traps and exterminators, but once rats get a foothold, like a very dangerous, slowly rising tide, they gain ground. So they got a kitten to take care of the problem. ROUSs, yeah. Pepper, and oh boy did she. Pepper turned out to be a rat murdering machine. Almost immediately she fashioned a spear from a carving knife and a broomstick and went monkey stopping wild on the basement rat population. Okay. So yeah, I mean, Nikos are apparently intelligent enough for tool use. Anyway. I'm told she would wait for hours, often letting them scurry around half the day before ambushing and unleashing hell upon them, and this was as a kitten. Goro's family would reward Pepper with heaps of praise, and by cooking the rats she slaughtered on their grill. Pepper bonded with Goro, so he took her with him when he got his own place. I've known Pepper for as long as I've known Goro, but I don't understand. Why are you here? Pepper answers my question with an angry flip of the tip of her tail, the only thing betraying her calm exterior. She tries to hide her anxiety to look dignified on my foyer floor. This doesn't feel like a typical Goro prank or one of his impulsive bad ideas. That thought is not reassuring. Rubbing my sore back, I step over to grab my phone from the small table where I charge it. This isn't Pepper's doing, so as I pass, I automatically touch her head. She ignores the reassuring gesture. So there's a picture of Mia, a picture of Claudia with, I'm presuming, Protag's mom, and there's Pepper and presumably Goro. Anyway. A narrow pair of eyes peeking over the back of the sofa catch my attention and my concern. Claudia, drawn by the recent commotion, has decided to see what the fuss is all about, but only from a distance. Yeah. And Deb was commenting earlier about how much of a pain it must be to code in all the panning, zooming, and so on. This game does make a lot of use of, like you saw, or like right at the very beginning, Claudia peering out from the doorway. Now she's peering out from behind the couch, which seems to suggest that like elements of the background, like the sofa is actually there are multiple images superimposed on each other here, which is it's interesting technically to me anyway. You know, it serves to contribute to the I dare I say the immersiveness of the setting. It's kind of cool. Anyway, moving on. A creeping worry stops me before I can dial. Claudia has never met another Nico. I can't imagine that Pepper has either. This could be a problem. Nikos can be vicious. You can just picture a fight, scratching, clawing, tearing at each other's clothes. For a moment, the depraved part of my brain twists the scenario of two territorial domestic Nikos into a vividly pornographic cat fight. Stop that. The non-lizard part of my brain quickly points out the reality of the situation. A cat fight wouldn't be sexy. It would be savage and bloody. Remember that old news report? Yes, again, like I said, catering to a certain demographic of the audience. Anyway, I'm startled for the third time this morning as, just as I'm about to dial, my phone rings. Incoming call, Goro. What the hell, Goro? The sound of Goro's name, Pepper leans closer, focusing intently on the phone. Hey, buddy, how's things? Goro's chipper tone causes my grip on the phone to tighten. Worse, the sound of his car engine through the echo of his speakerphone tells me that he's driving away. Pepper comes even closer. You and Pepper all right? That looked rough when you two tumbled. I feel my cheeks get hot. Wait, you saw that? Dude, what kind of person do you think I am? I wasn't just gonna leave her there and drive off. I waited till you got to open the door first. I'm absolutely speechless. Pepper sees Claudia. They exchange a glare. After a moment, they both return their attention to Goro's voice. Hey, I'm glad you called. He called me. Look, Goro, I'm not in the mood for your insanity. This isn't funny. Come on, it's a little funny. Yeah, what if one of the neighbors saw? Who? Veronica? Veronica likes Nikos. I have other neighbors, you twit. Relax, no one saw. No prank this time, I swear. You said that last time, and the time before that. True, but this time I mean it. Goro, I'm serious. Great news! I joined the army. I leave in the week for basic training. The army? Goro's played a lot of tricks on me. You get used to things not being what they seem around him. That's not even a good setup. You're losing your edge. I'm out of my apartment today and crashing at my aunt's until I leave. Can't take Pepper to the army. But Pepper likes you. Besides, with Mia gone... My jaw drops. Of course Mia told you. She messaged me this morning, and for what's worth, she's being completely unreasonable as usual. I didn't tell her that, though. Otherwise, she'd be pissed off at me, too. Just kept sending her frowny face emotes. Mia, the whole time with her matter-of-fact tone. How do you expect me to live with one of those things now? Cool and collected as always, she just laid it out in her regular measured voice. I'm your girlfriend. It's just a Nico. Quietly demanding. Get rid of it. Wait, Goro's using me as a distraction. It has to be part of whatever game he's playing. Oh, and you joining the army and dumping Pepper on me is reasonable. Dude, your EMT job is training you to become a paramedic. There's no way you'd join. I'm going to be an army medic. I head to training right after boot camp. Got it in writing, signed by a colonel. If I play my cards right, down the road I may get the army to pay for medical school too. Dr. Goro, sexy, right? Say it. Dr. Goro, say it. Come on, you know you want to say it. I can usually anticipate his thought process, but Goro's practiced this conversation. Right now he's 6 steps ahead and I'm fumbling to catch up. He's famous for doing crazy and impulsive things, but this is really weird and out of the blue, even for him. The army? Where's the punchline? Not this time. No prank. This really isn't one of your twisted games? Nah, man, no game. So 1-2 punch that has me reeling. Goro joined the army. He's leaving. I don't want Pepper. I already have a Nico. No one has 2 Nikos. But he can't take Pepper with him. Who the hell is he going to leave her with? Me. God damn it. Look, this is hard for me. You're the only one in the world I trust her with. You know I wouldn't do this unless I was out of options. There just isn't anyone else. You're it. He's dropped me and Pepper into this situation, and I hate myself because I don't see any way out. I can't say no because I feel bad for Pepper. I've only ever known her as sassy, self-assured, confident, and feisty. But right now this Nico looks lost, meek, and unwanted, and I hate seeing her like this. I want to be pissed off. I mean, I am, but I want to be more pissed off. I should be more pissed off. There's something in Goro's voice, a certain tone that's usually never there, a finality that I've only ever heard once before. I'm sorry that I did this, but I'm not sorry that you're someone I know will treat her well and make her happy. He's played me perfectly, even though this is the worst way he could have gone about this, for me and for Pepper. You suck, Goro. He replies with no trace of humor. I know. Goro then asks to speak to Pepper. I hold the phone out and she takes it like she's receiving a fragile gift. He tells her that she is an awesome Nico and that I'm going to take very good care of her so she should stay out of trouble. Pepper doesn't move the whole time. Her entire being is focused on Goro's voice. there's something. Uh, it's plenty for me to comment on. Uh, yeah, Mia referring to Claudia as it for one thing. You get more of that whole the dehumanizing language. The way Goro talks dismissively about Mia is kind of telling about his opinion of women in general. Um, um, Shoot, what was I gonna say? I'm just gonna move on. Claudia joins us in the foyer. Her expression is softened. She looks at Pepper, then to me, and back to Pepper. Pepper puts down the phone and adjusts her position so that her legs are under her and her tail is wrapped around them. Her eyes stare flatly at a blank spot in the wall. A somber hush fills the house. I pick up the phone. Oh, she may try to climb into the shower with you. I drop the phone. Takes me 3 tries to pick it up again. Dude, what? Yeah, I never told you this. Pepper loves showers. When she hears the water, she gets excited and tries to get in. Tries to get... She's harmless, but she'll use too much shampoo. Oh, and she may forget to put on clothes after. I make several unintelligent sounds into the phone. The Nikos can probably hear the blood rushing to my face. Yeah, there's that. Should I be embarrassed about playing this publicly? Like I said, catering to a certain demographic. Okay, moving right along. Jeez, just lock the door when you're in there. Of course, Pepper will whine and bang in the door. Look, I'm sorry. I promise I'll make it up to you. One day. The call ends and I'm left trying to not think of Pepper naked in the shower with me. Tea. Okay, I've got a choice now. Collect my thoughts or deal with this? Hey, why don't I save it? Can I just... There you go. Save game. Boink. Gotta use the right bait and get the fans invested? Yeah. I mean, hey, if I'm... Trevor Book, welcome to the stream. This is not the long dark lull. Yeah, well, hey, I keep saying... I mean, I did tag us, right? I mean, I didn't tag us as a long dark stream. Yeah, it says OmOneko. I do describe myself as a variety gaming streamer. I don't always play the long dark or survival crafting games in general. I do play a variety of stuff. Anyway, yeah, bait and get the Vans invested. Just seen when I saw you pop online. Yeah. um, but no, I was going to comment on that. Yeah, bait to get the fans invested is no objective here. Oh, thanks. How gracious of you. I don't know if I deserve it. But no, really. In my own creative works, I mean, referring to like the DDLC mods I've made. I'll drop in the occasional like tropey stuff to draw in certain demographics, so to speak, from time to time. Mm. It's kind of part of the game you play with trying to sneak some other socio-political message in there or whatever. um, it's I don't know how these things go. Anyway, um, yeah, collect my thoughts or deal with this. Like this is like okay. Last okay, Goro hung up. Anyway, deal with this. The phrase "deal with this" is so vague. I'm assuming it means like attend to the the Nikos. Um, uh, Collect my thoughts seems to imply going internal and trying to figure out what his next moves are. And considering that Pepper's distraught and Claudia is probably a little confused and concerned about what's going on, uh, you know deal with this is probably the better option. So I'm going to go with that. It always surprised me that Claudia didn't take over my bedroom after I moved out. Instead, she happily stayed in the sunroom at the back of the house, which looks out into the garden. So Mom turned my old room into a home office. Since Pepper will need some privacy, it's really the only room available. There's no bed here anymore, but there's a nice sized window seat with a thick, comfortable cushion, more than enough for a Nico, really. This'll be your room, Pepper. I settled her in. Pepper had no interest in dinner and said she stayed in her room for the rest of the day. The silence that seemed to radiate from her felt unnatural. Pepper can be many things, but reserved is not one of them. Night only intensified this impression. It just slipped into past tense. Anyway. I don't think she slept much. Thinking about it, Pepper was just unceremoniously dumped into a new home that wasn't expecting her. Add to that all the new sounds and smells, it's no wonder she didn't sleep. I'm sure in Guro's mind this would seem like an adventurous way of finding Pepper a new home, but it was a dick move on his part. He just asked. Of course I would have said, hell no, absolutely no way. Nobody has two Nikos. Most people don't even have one. God damn it, Goro. Of course I had my own reasons for not sleeping well. My bed felt too big. The loneliness hit hard. That made a new grim thought pester me all night. My whole life, people keep leaving me. Uh-oh. More hints of backstory. Yeah, I didn't really comment on it, but the fact that Guro's method of getting rid of Pepper was to tie her via a leash around her neck to the door handle and run away is kind of a bit of a grimly horrible way to be getting rid of a sentient being. But whatever. Moving right along. When Dad died, he left a nice watch, a big insurance settlement, and a broken family. When Mom moved away, she left the house and Claudia behind. Mia took 2 bags and left an empty bed. Now Goro is going away, leaving behind Pepper. They go, and you get a souvenir. Another restless night. At least cooking breakfast always lifts my mood. After bringing me everything I'll need for eggy bread, Claudia gets the plates and sporks to set the table. Pepper apprehensively comes out to inspect the goings-on in the kitchen. Everything she looks at seems to annoy her, myself included. Good morning, Pepper. You're in time for breakfast. Pepper doesn't eat much. Mostly she just makes unhappy faces while moving food around with her spork. Claudia and Pepper size up each other, then they Nico dance, pretending to ignore each other, then stealing glances when they think the other won't notice. Their attitudes are a little annoying, but not surprising. This is brand new for both of them. They likely just need time to get used to each other. Their attitudes are a little annoying. That's a curious way of framing it considering the circumstances, but whatever. After breakfast, Claudia cleans the kitchen and then spends the morning out in the garden. She obviously avoids being around Pepper. Pepper wanders the house, follows me around. Her mood keeps swinging back and forth from anxious to flat annoyance to bratty attitude. Bratitude, Goro called it. Seems to be her default. I do my best to ignore it. I'm having a hard enough time trying to stay positive as is. I'm sure that once she settles in, things will get better. Lunchtime, girls. Back at the table for her second meal with us, Pepper nibbles. And mostly just moves her food around, making a good deal of noise with her spork on her plate. I can tell the dramatic size and sound of steel and ceramic are getting on Claudia's nerves. At least Pepper eats a little. Pepper does seem curious about Claudia's painted nails. I catch her several times looking intently at them. I never considered how unusual Claudia using nail polish must be. It's just something Mom taught her and she's always done. After lunch, I relax, surfing on my phone. She did her very best to not panic when the knock sounded on her front door with limited success. What's this? As I numbly let my brain fade into the nothing of social media, Claudia waters the plants. She goes to the kitchen, fills a tall glass from the sink, carries it over to whatever thirsty plant is getting a drink, and then repeats for the next plant. There are a dozen plants around the house, so Claudia does a bit of back and forth getting the weekly chore done. Pepper, meanwhile, starts catculating. This is something I've seen her do when I'd visit Goro. She'll look from one object to another, say from the end of the sofa to the far wall, and in her mind she'll figure out how many steps she has to take to get from point A to point B, how many big steps, how many small steps. 8. No, wait, 9. Then she will test her guesses. No one knows why she does it or where she learned it. She just does it for fun, apparently. Goro made up the term for it. Cat calculating or catculating seems appropriate. Claudia finishes watering a plant and starts on her way back to the sink when Pepper crosses in front of her. 4, 5. Pepper's tail gently brushes into Claudia's face as they cross paths. I almost didn't catch it due to Pepper keeping her eyes locked on mine. Claudia, noticeably flustered, huffs displeasure at Pepper, which Pepper ignores. Maybe it was incidental. They return to their activities, Claudia watering plants, Pepper calculating. I return to my phone. 8, 6, 4. It happens again. Claudia stops in her tracks, almost spilling the glass of water. Eyes locked on Pepper, she lets out a low and long huff. That was no accident. There is a tension in the room and that I am not liking in the slightest. Let's not do that. Pepper acts like she doesn't know what I'm talking about, but then returns my hard look with her own sour expression. Perturbed that her mischief has ended, Pepper heads to the far end of the room. Claudia returns to her chore. I watch Pepper calculate for another moment, making sure that she's moved on from antagonizing Claudia. Claudia is tall, slightly taller than me, and a lot bigger than Pepper. He has a very pleasant demeanor, but I have no idea what she would do if she was pushed and decided to push back. The last thing I want to do is break up two Negos trying to murder each other. I once saw a news report where two ferals were found dead in an alley. There was blood everywhere, and they looked like they had been through a shredder. Everyone thought it was weird, not the violence. Negos, especially fair ones, can be ferocious, but why would two ferals fight? That's just weird. They can be ferocious, they just aren't. Feral Negos are solitary creatures, avoiding any contact with humans and with each other. Well, I mean, hey, we established that the society of this world apparently, views Negos as like subhuman and who cares if they die or whatever. So, hey, maybe they didn't actually kill each other. Maybe it was someone disposing of their Nikos in a way that they figured no one would care to look into. That's just speculation on my part. I don't know. Anyway, wags eyebrows. I mean, yeah. I see through your foreshadowing. Moving right along. Still, the police speculated that it was probably like two banshees going at it, a whirl of sharp nails and neck biting, and they both ended up bleeding out fairly quickly from the damage. Now all I can think about is Pepper and Claudia going out like a pair of banshees, a whirl of claws and neck biting, me trying to break it up looking like I went through a shredder. There once were two cats of Kilkenny. Each thought there was one cat too many. So they fought and they fit and they scratched and they bit till instead of two cats, there weren't any. My attempt to relax has not been going like I planned. What's worse is, when I look through my phone for someone to chat with, I realize that all the people I know are Guro's or Mia's friends, not mine. Before I can get dejected at how depressing that is, I see it about to happen. With Pepper's practiced patience, she waited till both Claudia and I forgot about the whole tail thing, then made her move, coming casually towards Claudia at an oblique angle before I can shout at her, and right before Pepper crosses in front of Claudia, yeah, whump. Claudia swings her massive tail hard onto the side of Pepper's head. The sound of the impact is loud, as if Pepper had been hit with a dense, heavy pillow. Oh, there we go. Now it's informing me of ad breaks. We've got an ad break coming up in 5 minutes, FYI. I'll pause the game when it comes up so you don't miss anything. Anyway, moving on. Pepper stumbles from the blow, but instantly catches herself. Her complete surprise morphs as she spins to face Claudia, eyes narrow, teeth clenched. Pepper's hands ball into fists. The mood in the room becomes very dark. Oh, crap. Claudia, holding the empty glass like a weapon, faces her challenger. They posture, crouched, tails low and ears flaring, neither backing down, both ready to leap upon each other. Angry war sounds fill the room as each Nico vocalizes a final warning to the other. Yeah, I was... One of the things I was going to comment on is like this whole thing about them acting passive aggressive toward each other is kind of leaning into this notion of them acting like cats, so to speak, being territorial and so on. Although maybe Pepper's just being a little mischievous. I don't know. And again, playing into trying to appeal to that particular demographic. I think it's just supposed to be cute. Of the two humanoid girls going on this way. Anyway, moving right along. No! Stop! I shout and quickly rise, tripping over myself in the process. My theatrical stumbling knocks several items off the coffee table, distracting both Nikos and allowing me to get between them. Both of you, go to your rooms, right now. I can tell they want to protest their unfinished business, but my adrenaline and anger are unmistakable, as is my tone. Not okay. You both need to cool off. Go. We will talk about this later. Neither Nico decides to speak. Rooms. Now. Sulking, they head to their rooms. Heart still pounding, I collapse back on the sofa. Thank God that worked. 2.5 minutes outbreak. I get to spend the early afternoon distraction-free. Both Nikos being in their rooms means I don't have to worry about any more problems between them for a while. Take the opportunity to indulge myself and bake a cream cheese banana bread. As the oven cooks the cake-like dough, a dark thought crowds out the joys that baking brings me. Looming in the back of my mind is a concern that won't be ignored. Joys of baking, eh? Is protagonist amateur baker here? What if they never get along? I didn't even consider this as a possibility, but that whole thing with the tails is a bit of a wake-up. They have to get along. Maybe I could... Pepper stands by the refrigerator. I failed to notice her approach while lost in thought, and of course she got my attention the most obnoxious way she could think of. If you leave the refrigerator door open too long, it chimes. Yep. Are you going to close it? She does, and looks at me and sucks on her teeth. The sound is pretty annoying. Pepper, bored. Yeah, there's that word again. He keeps referring to things as annoying, like various mannerisms of the other characters. Anyway, 1 minute to break. Oh, Pepper looks past me, her eyes lazily flitting around the room, searching for something that might interest her. Finding nothing, they return to me. She reaches over to open the refrigerator door again. Wait, so what do you want? Pepper want unboard Pepper. Duh. I have no idea how to unboard Pepper. Well, congratulations to me, because I'm now the guy that gets to keep her on board. Acknowledging my new role with a deep sigh, I try and think of something for her to do. There's an ad break imminent. Like I said, I'll pause it when it comes on. I never know exactly when the ad break's going to start. Let's see. Nico's don't grasp cooking the way people do it, and it's too early to get dinner ready anyway. Besides, helping in the kitchen is Claudia's territory. I can't see that going over well. I don't think she could grasp surfing the internet on my phone, and, yeah, I guess that really is all I do with my time, cooking and surfing the internet. Sometimes walking to the Hey! Pepper demands that my attention return to the issue of her boredom, but I've drawn a complete blank. Sorry, well, is there something in particular that would unbore you? Oh. Seltzerbot, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Yes, cat girls indeed. It's, I don't even know what to say. Yes, it is a game that features cat girls, and there's an ad break starting. I'll be right back. And I'm back again. What are these emojis? Anyway, moving right along. Kill rats! Get him, Pepper! In a fairly off-putting way, Pepper's face contorts into a twisted dark joy at the prospect. I'm sorry, Pepper, no rats here. Then just as quickly dims again. Pepper, looks like I'm keeping every rat in the world hidden away just so she can't murder them. After a moment, her pout gives way to a look that is both sultry and a bit sinister. I've never seen Pepper act flirty before, which I think is what she's doing, ... question mark? Okay, she's come up with an idea, but her expression makes me imagine that it may not be the most wholesome of activities. Bounce? Bounce? Now, there are times that OmOneko will say something when you're not entirely sure that they're using the language correctly. For example, if Claudia says outside now, she could mean there's something outside, or I'm going outside, or you should take that outside. The full meaning of what's being conveyed is often lost in translation. I've known Claudia long enough that I can usually figure out what she's saying based on the situation, but Pepper... Bounce! She said it in a provocative way. Okay, provocative way? Bounce, I guess. Anyway, that fills my mind with, well, that earlier conversation about Goro and Pepper in the shower together. Actually, he never said that he let her take showers with him, just that she'll try to get in regardless. I rack my brain, but nothing virtuous connects to bounce. Pepper, what is bounce? I ask, not sure I want to know the answer. Pepper's tail sweeps around in a quick circle. Her grin widens, if that's possible. Bounce, bounce. Bounce ball. Oh, bounce a ball. That is quite different from, never mind. Wait, why did my mind go straight to something lewd? Pretty sure that says more about me than it does about Goro. Hey! Pepper pulls me out of my internal monologue and back to our conversation. So apparently Protag has a habit of spacing out, and which Pepper is noticing. I don't have a ball. I could probably buy one at the convenience store. Pepper, have. Her eyes light up and she races down the hallway and into her room. I hear the zipper open on her small suitcase. Claudia, curious as to what Pepper and I are up to, joins us from her sunroom. Pepper rushes back carrying a bright, multicolored rubber ball, her tail tall with glee. Seeing Claudia, Pepper goes to hand the ball to her, then yanks it away when Claudia reaches for it. Her tail ticks back and forth, emphasizing as she scolds. No bounce inside. Bounce outside. Outside. Claudia scowls at Pepper's teasing, her own tail returning the favor in a dismissive sweep like the pendulum of a grandfather clock. Pepper gives a scampish grin, wrinkling her nose at Claudia. Seriously, what a brat. Okay, that's enough. Let's go bounce. Pepper genuinely smiles for the first time since coming here. A huge grin with way too many teeth that seems to extend from ear to ear. Once in the backyard, Pepper eagerly hands me the ball. She runs to the other side of the yard, hopping about expectantly. I toss her the ball. She catches it easily, and her excitement instantly fades. He didn't bounce it. No. Pepper points at the sky and speaks to me as like I have cognitive issues. Bounce. I think I feel a headache coming on. What do I do, Pepper? I don't know how to play your game. Bounce. Bounce hard. Pepper demonstrates by throwing the ball very hard into the ground. It bounces up into the warm air of the afternoon sun much higher than I expected. The ball comes down and bounces towards the gate. While I retrieve the ball, movement in the corner of my eye causes me to notice Claudia. Back in her sunroom, she brushes her hair while watching us through the windows. This makes me feel like Pepper and I are participants in a very bad reality show, reality TV show. As long as none of the neighbors can see me. I wind up. Pepper coils like a spring. I bounce the ball hard onto the ground. It goes up and comes down. Pepper hasn't moved. The ball eventually comes to rest by your feet. A gentle breeze stirs the leaves on the trees. Far off, a raven shouts its raspy signature craw. Incidentally, that butterfly that flew by, it went behind her. That suggests that it's a very big butterfly. I thought it was going to be in the foreground. Windows XP butterfly, yeah. Man, Windows XP, that takes me back. I mean, I held on to Windows XP as long as I could. Long after it was no longer supported. Anyway, moving on. Birds chirp happily in the warm summer sun. Pepper and I just stare at each other. What now? She kicks the ball over to me. Say it. Please? No, not say please. Then what? What do you want me to say? With a strange earnestness, Pepper looks off into the distance. Say, get him, Pepper. This is the most convoluted game of catch I've ever played. Say bounce dummy. I mean, that's what I would have expected. I pick up the ball with a grunt, narrowing my eyes at Pepper. I find myself gripping the ball much tighter than I intended. It feels good. All my frustration aimed at Mia and Goro is unleashed on this poor piece of rubber. I bounce it with as much force as I can muster. My throw is so explosive that I wouldn't be surprised if her ball ricocheted into the sky at such a velocity that it achieves orbit. I shout, nay, I command, get him, Pepper! Ball goes up. Like a flash, Pepper darts in and leaps, snatching the ball out of the air one-handed, then immediately throws it to me before she even finishes her jump. I'll admit that this whole event has felt like an annoyance, but I'm stunned at the athletic feat she's just performed. Her speed, the height of her leap, that was amazing. It reminds me of something from a baseball highlight reel, the natural and effortless talent. I'm so taken by her display of skill that I miss the catch. Yeah. The ball bounces off my forehead, hits the gate, and lands in the flowers. Pepper laughs, enjoying my clumsiness as she retrieves the ball. Bad catch, dude. Need get good. Goro's influence on her is aggravatingly apparent. I find myself irritated again. Oh, never mind. Yeah. Because he's leaving. Damn. Revelation is humbling. Much more than being angry at him for dumping Pepper here, I'm angry at him for leaving me. The selfishness gives way to the almost forgotten sense of emptiness, a haunting that I haven't felt for a long time. Dad didn't leave, he died. This is not the same. It takes a lot of concentration to force away the feelings. Still, Goro is my best friend. Besides Claudia, my mom, he's the person I've known longer than anyone else. Now he's going away. But in a way, I do still have a part of him in my life through Pepper. And as I rub away the sting from where the ball hit me in the forehead, something about that makes me smile. Hey! Pepper taps an imaginary watch on her wrist. Let's go, Pepper, bouncy time! My smile fades and I shake my head. God damn it, Goro. I bounce Pepper for close to half an hour. Or better rephrase that. Pepper and I play bounce for close to half an hour. By the time we're done, I can barely lift my arm. Should have stretched first. Okay, now it makes more sense for the butterfly to be going behind her. Anyway, Pepper's wholly satisfied and quite sweaty, worn out from sprinting and jumping. Running around in the heat of the afternoon sun has burned away all of her gloom. Before me stands the sassy and happy Pepper I know. Totally spent, tired and short of patience from her periodic snide comments. But this is very good. Plus, I can't remember the last time I did any kind of exercise beyond my walk to the convenience store a few times a week. I think as long as I can keep her unbored and not lose my temper, this might work out after all. As we head inside, I notice that Claudia isn't in the sunroom anymore. I make some lemonade for Pepper and myself and decide that it's probably a good idea to put together a snack for the three of us. Pepper hasn't eaten much. Surely after that workout she'll be hungry. I know I am. And Claudia always appreciates something tasty. Getting everything onto the plates, I'm about to call Claudia and tell Pepper to wash her hands when... Where'd she go? She was just here. Pepper, no! Pepper, yes! A sudden ruckus erupting like a string of firecrackers brings me rushing down the hall. It's... Why? Uh-oh. What could be happening in the bathroom? Is this catering to a certain demographic again? Oh boy. Uh-huh, okay. Claudia's in the bathtub. She's naked, save for where the soapy bubbles floating over the water cling to her glistening wet skin. The descriptions in this. Anyway. Her cheeks are flushed and an icy frown hangs where her warm smile normally sits. Pepper is also in the bathtub. She has her top off. Pepper turn. No, Pepper. Pepper huffs in both... Is this safe for Twitch? Okay, it's got censorship bubbles on, I guess. Oh boy. Pepper huffs and both Nikos look at me with the expectation that I will fix the situation in a manner that will make one of them the winner for a moment the three of us just stare. Oh boy. I'm not proud to admit that I actually consider shutting the door and letting them sort this out themselves. This could easily become two Nikos trying to drown each other and possibly succeeding. Ha ha ha, yeah, thanks, Patty. Oh boy. Okay, moving right along. Well said, good job. Pepper and Claudia are clearly unimpressed with my peacemaking skills. They turn back towards each other with glares icy enough to freeze the bathwater. It's known that Nikos can make sounds outside the range of human hearing, and it's theorized that they have limited communication at this frequency. Confirming my speculation, their ears flatten to reflect some silent argument, which suddenly becomes audible. What was I saying earlier about, hey, you know, maybe they aren't as, like, sub-sentient as the narrative lets on. Maybe there's more going on under the hood, so to speak. Anyway, moving on. Out! Now! No, Pepper, what? I should probably give them different voices. Stop. Both of you, please stop. I take a deep breath to loosen some of the tension binding my insides. I have something yummy in the kitchen. Fresh squeezed lemonade and a still warm banana bread with cream cheese. Come right now, Pepper, or I'm going to eat them and you won't get any. Pepper considers my offer, weighing yummies against Claudia's warm bath. Here's your top and a towel. Dress and dry your feet. Come and get the yummies, then after Claudia's done with her bath, you can have a shower. And she still has the bubble beard there, I guess. Unhappily, Pepper cedes the battlefield, but only due to the realization of what a good deal she'll get with the lemonade snack and shower. She quickly dresses without even wiping off most of the suds. Lemon squeezy, yum, Pepper gonna get 'em. And skips down the hallway with her tail held high. Yeah, go and get 'em, Pepper. Before I can leave, Claudia's agitated, foamy, and bubbling appearance holds me fast. This is a bit uncomfortable for me, but as Claudia is naked, but I can't just walk away from her like this. The only time Claudia ever pampers herself is when she takes a relaxing bath, and Pepper's made this anything but relaxing. Having an impolite, bratty cat that doesn't respect boundaries and isn't ladylike, as Mom would say, is not something she's ever had to deal with. I completely understand how she's feeling. Pepper's been here less than 24 hours, and I've already broken up 2 heated arguments. Yes, I know, you're right, Claudia. What Pepper did was not okay. I will talk to her about it right now. Claudia relaxes somewhat at my reassurance. But would you do something for me? She looks at me expectantly. I take a moment to formulate my thoughts. Think about if you were Pepper. Claudia wrinkles her nose, not liking my suggestion in any way. I explain. She's never been to our house before. She didn't even know that she was coming to live here. Pepper had no idea that Gore was leaving her. She's alone now, except for us. um, yeah, and this comes back to my questions about how much do the Nikos understand, like how self-aware are they and so on. Like he's speaking to her in full sentences. Like even though that they only speak like a few words at a time, it seems to there seems to be an expectation that she's going to understand all of this. Anyway, moving on. This seems to reach Claudia quicker and deeper than I anticipated. Her expression eases. What if you were alone and afraid? You'd want someone to help you, right? She pensively considers my words. And yes, Pepper can be super obnoxious, but I've known her for a long time, and I think that she's a good kitty at heart. Claudia remains unconvinced until I, probably unfairly, ask her, would you try and get along with Pepper for me? At my asking, Claudia swallows some of her outrage and finally gives a small smile and a nod. For you. Thanks, Claus. I knew I could rely on you. I'll save you some banana bread. Enjoy your bath. There's a lot of bubbles. Lots and lots. Well. So yeah, like I said, certain demographic, yada yada yada, fan service stuff. Yeah, and it sort of plays into, I mean, kind of like, DDLC, Doki Doki Literature Club, is a subversion of the whole dating simulator trope. I, I mean, I'm not certain if this game goes in a like yeah, yes, exactly, yeah, the whole quote unquote dating simulator direction, if it's that sort of genre or what. It does like the main menu sort of leans toward that suggestion, like having showing the close up of the eyes of the three girls, the three Nikos, and plus the different characterizations going on, like Pepper being the bratty one and Claudia being the more, I don't know, elegant one, I guess. Sort of, what am I trying to say here? Kind of like, not that I'm familiar with dating simulators or anything. Like they're totally not my thing. I sort of like I only play DDLC because, well, it came recommended and it was billed as a horror game, and that sort of intrigued me. But it was just I was a little slow to get into it because I don't know. I just sort of fundamentally feel like there's something off about having a cast of fully developed characters who will nevertheless, fall for protag because you say a few right words or whatever. Despite all of them being very different from each other. I don't know. The whole concept just feels weird to me. Not really my thing. I'd rather just read a story. That's just how, kind of generally how I roll or whatever. I don't know. I'm just sort of mostly just making observations that it sort of feels like that's the direction this is going in just from the portrayal of the characters. Like DDLC because you can basically make it whatever you want to be. Sure, yeah. Anyway, enough rambling for me. This is me just going off on my usual Tormuse tangents. I just like to be analytical. That's how I roll. Moving right along. Pepper and I have our snack. Try not to sour her vastly improved mood. I delicately ease into the issue of privacy and not interrupting Claudia during her bath time. Burp. It doesn't go very well. Yummy, yummy, Pepper's tummy. Later out, Pepper's bummy. Ha! I can't tell if she doesn't understand or doesn't care or is too focused on her snack and fart jokes. You guys do have limited attention spans with stuff like this. Claudia's independence and polite, simple manners has spoiled me. Simple manners spoiled me. In contrast, dealing with obstinate and high-maintenance Pepper is its own kind of puzzle. When Claudia finishes her bath, I make Pepper get clean clothes and turn on the shower for her. I'm barely out of the bathroom before Pepper runs in and starts getting naked. Happy hour, Pepper shower, yay! Trying to ignore what I just saw, I focus on what Goro had said. He's right. Pepper's shower certainly goes on far too long. I'll bet she's using too much shampoo. At least with the time spent playing bounce in the long hot shower, she should sleep well tonight. By the time I get to shower, all the hot water is used up. Cold. Lots of backgrounds on display in this. Since the girls are in their rooms, most likely for naps, I grab my house keys in a canvas shopping bag. Under the bright sunny afternoon sky, I make a quick dash to the local shop to grab some things I'll need for dinner. And something else I've been meaning to get. It's a long shot that they'll have it, but maybe I'll get lucky. 200 backgrounds and background elements? Huh, neat. There had to have been a lot of them. I mean, it's like I commented on earlier. It's not just the backgrounds. They're independent parts to the background packed in there, so that you can have the girls peeking out from behind things and so on. Anyway. Lind? Achoo! Lind, the clerk at the counter, is entertaining himself by plucking a hair out of his nose, then sneezing several times. Okay. Entertaining himself? As I head to the back of the shop, he waves to me with his free hand while the other busies itself digging it deep for something to pluck. Great. Achoo! After browsing through the limited selection of board games, I grabbed the box with way too much enthusiasm. Just can't believe they have it. I know Claudia will absolutely love this, and I'm sure Pepper will too. Elated to find what I was looking for, I quickly grabbed the groceries with a newfound spring in my step. Unfortunately, while I was in the back of the store, a few people came in and are already checking out. And of course, now I'm stuck behind the old man who's paying for his entire purchase in change. Shit. Realizing this mild annoyance is going to take a little while, I browse the nearest source of distraction I can find, the checkout line magazine rack. Let's see, Popstar A is dating cute and popular actress B. Nope, no interest. Rap boy Elvis impersonator elected mayor of small town. Better slightly, but still no. Oh, here we go, comics. I grabbed the first one with an interesting cover, The Adventures of Red Rocket. Okay. Space Girl Kara Cosmos, Red, Whoosh, Rat World Kaboom, Rocket. Okay then. One minute you're minding your own business, the next everything is blowing up all around you. Well, we may have had something to do with that. Clicks and whirs. It's a message from the group. The Department of Defense having a signal chat? Just joking. Anyway, your actions are extreme. Space Girl, you are kicked out of the group. Clicks and whirs. Rocket's right. Things will never be the same. Yeah, well, screw 'em. We'll find our new adventures. Find our own adventures. That's true. The sneeze alerts me to the store being empty again, save for me and Lind. Lind has apparently returned to plucking hairs out of his nose. I decide to bag my own items. Yo, my dude. Sorry, in a rush today. Cat scratch fever? I grimace and slowly start to count to 10. Lind is one of the few people who knows that Claudia lives with me, and that's only because he dates my neighbor Veronica. Okay. That's another reference to Veronica. I have a feeling she's going to become important later. Yeah, more character establishing stuff. That whole sequence with the comic book was just a lot of blank. That wasn't there in the demo that I played. Anyway, moving on. As a result, he often finds ways to throw crude jabs about it at me, but not enough that he'd get fired for it, but still rude. Extras library? Okay. Cool. 4, 5, 6. I get to 9 before I'm able to swallow back the bile and act as though his off-color comments don't bother me. I have to. It's not like he's the only one who thinks that way about Nikos. Yeah, this bit about counting to 10 before he can bring himself to talk to the guy. I kind of wonder if Protag has like anger management issues. He's expressed annoyance, like he keeps using that word, annoyance or annoyed, about various mild inconveniences or even things that aren't inconveniences quite a bit. I kind of wonder, is this setting up I don't know, either some maybe some either anger management or maybe just a generalized sense that he internalizes a lot of his what am I even trying to say here? I don't know. Some internal conflict going on. Anyway, moving on. Sure, Lind. Thank God he doesn't know about Pepper too. I actually am in a rush. In a way, Lind wasn't too far off with the cat scratch fever comment. The worry of Claudia and Pepper getting into another fight without me there to intervene carries me home at a pace far too quick for my current state of fitness. I'm sort of presuming that the phrase cat scratch fever has its own set of implications. Anyway, moving right along. Fortunately, I get back to a house without overturned furniture, broken windows, or police everywhere. Small victories. Since they're still napping, I'm able to slide the box from the store underneath the sofa, hiding the surprise before either can notice. I'm exhausted. Bounce and the walk wore me out. I'd love to just collapse on the sofa, but if I do, I don't think I'll be able to get back up. It sure does look comfortable. The flame brings the moths, and thus the familiar sounds of dinner being prepared bring Pepper and Claudia. Claudia offers her usual help, cleaning up after me and fetching pans and ingredients when I ask. Pepper watches and periodically snoops around the kitchen. Every time Pepper opens a drawer or cabinet, I notice Claudia exhale sharply. Pepper, being nosy, is winding her up. My big victory comes when Pepper is looking in a cabinet and I ask, "Hey Pepper, can you pass that jar of red curry to Claudia for me?" Yep, that jar right there. Pepper takes the jar from the cabinet, looks at me, then at Claudia. Claudia looks at me, then at Pepper. After an intense moment of apprehension, Pepper hands the jar to Claudia, who takes it and hands it to me. They both stand there looking at me, at each other, and the jar of curry. "Thanks, this will make our dinner great, and we did it together." Both egos' tails display delight at the excessive praise. I totally don't need the red curry, but a dash won't hurt. Sorry, I got distracted. Okay. Claudia giggles a bit and gives a smile, seeming to drift into thought as she cleans up the counter. Pepper stares smugly at me, holding my gaze. She gives a slight snort. We sit down to have dinner. Wait, don't eat yet. First I do something that I should have done at the very start. A proper introduction, long overdue. Claudia, this is Pepper. Oh yeah, that is belated, isn't it? Pepper lived with Goro, but he got a new job and had to move, so she's going to live with us now. Yeah, if we're considering the possibility that they have, you know, a perfectly good grasp of English, even if they can't speak it, and he just failed to communicate this at any point, this must have been very confusing for both of them. If they, like, presumably Goro didn't tell Pepper what was happening either, so like, it just he just dropped her off there, no explanation, and then Protag also didn't give any explanation. So it must have been very confusing for both of them. Anyway, yeah, Pepper lived with Goro, but he got a new job and had to move, so she's going to live with us now. I inadvertently pause as that sinks in. Wow, hearing my words gives them gravity. This isn't something temporary. Pepper lives here now. I'm the guy with 2 Nikos. F word. I force a smile and continue before they pick up on the mood change. Pepper is very clever and a great rat hunter. Lots of sass. Get him, Pepper. Rats. Pepper, this is Claudia. Claudia pretty much runs the house. The place would fall apart without her. In family. Oh, yeah, of course. Claudia and I grew up together, and she's lived here since she was a kitten. Although Claudia seems slightly embarrassed, and Pepper cocks a suspicious eye at me, hearing me say nice things about each one to the other clearly makes them feel good about themselves. After dinner, I score a second victory, asking Claudia to hand the dirty dishes to Pepper and having Pepper bring them to me. This slows and overcomplicates the cleanup, but anything that gets them accustomed to each other and de-escalates the enmity is worthwhile. Claudia washes the dishes and then drops dirty paper towels into the incinerator. Fortunately, Mom sprung for a better model than the ones that the government sent out to replace all the garbage cans. Oh, some more world building? Like, incinerator? Yeah, sorry, the comment about the government, the government set up to replace all the garbage cans. So I guess this is part of the world building. Garbage cans aren't a thing. Like, everyone has a government issued incinerator. Okay. Anyway, the emotional stress and physical fatigue from the past few days are showing their wear on me. I'll save my surprise for tomorrow. All I can think about is my bed. My big, empty bed. Before I turn in, I check on Pepper. I hope she sleeps tonight. I must collect them all. If you see one, call Career in the Army. Assures the public that the rats do not oopsie poopsie for all your cleaning needs. I guess this is Protag flipping through channels. Or maybe not Protag. What the hell? Yeah, sorry, there's something else I was going to comment on. Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, so far there's only been one choice in this game. And Carlanov is here. Welcome to stream. How's it going? Yeah, there's only been one choice so far, and it was uh, uh, um, whether to tend to the tend to the girls first or collect thoughts first. And I remember there being more choices in the demo. This is not a complaint or anything, just an observation. Uh, I kind of I kind of wondered if the initial design of this leaned more in the they're coming. Okay, I kind of wondered if the initial design leaned more in the sort of uh, 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 the whole dating simulator direction or what. Um, I wonder if there was some course correction during the process of the making of this. Anyway, moving right along. What the hell? Dot, 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 question mark. Okay, we now know a bit more about the geography of this place. Oopsie poopsie for all your cleaning needs. Of course, Pepper's in front of the television. She has the TV remote and is mashing buttons with tremendous speed as the channels go by in a flurry. What is this game? It is called OmOneko. It's a visual novel that centers around cat girls. Well, I mean, it's basically an uh, alternate modern day world in which there's a race of cat people. I mean, so far we've only seen cat girls. I mean, presumably they're cat boys as well, but we haven't seen them. I guess I don't know. Anyway, they're uh, they're apparently a species that live alongside humans, but they're they're not treated well. They're basically treated as subhuman, but it's not 100% clear how intelligent they actually are. But they're I don't know. I'm just gonna move on. See where this goes. Of course, Pepper's in front of the television. She has the TV remote and is mashing buttons with tremendous speed as the channels go by in a flurry. Pepper! Yeek! Ow! Surprise caused her to instinctively turn and throw the TV remote at me. That was my fault, somehow. Note to self, do not startle Nico. Oopsie poopsie. Way too loud. Pepper says it again as a whisper. Oopsie poopsie. No, the TV is too loud and it's too early. Pepper, looking embarrassed, repeats it again. Oopsie poopsie. Then, as though a switch got turned on, oopsie poopsie, whoopsie doopsie, oopsie poopsie. Oops. Okay, a whole screen full of oopsie poopsie. Pepper skips around the room. I need coffee. I rub my forehead where the remote hit me. And catch sight of Claudia, also awoken by the noise, as she stands in their doorway. Claudia turns away and disappears back into the sunroom. Damn. Pepper, now bored again, has turned her attention to the contents of the hall closet. OmOneko free on Steam this year, yeah. What made you pick it up? Well, I mean, I know Maddie from around the DDLC community, DDLC modding community, and he made this game. Yeah, he's the head of the team that put it together. And yeah, and I did a bit of proofreading and playtesting of an early demo, so I've seen a bit of it. It's yeah, I've already I've already emphasized early on this. It's not really my kind of thing. Like the whole, I mean, cat girls in general are as a concept are kind of something I'm indifferent about, and the idea of them being possibly subsentient second class citizens is sort of I mean, not even considered citizens. They're sort of treated as animals, but who have faculties of human beings, sort of. But yeah, I don't know. That whole notion is sort of off-putting, but I don't know. Maddie seems to be hinting that it's deliberately off-putting, so I'm sort of trusting that it's going somewhere. We shall see. But anyway, moving right along. Pepper, now bored again, has turned her attention to the contents of the hall closet. It's going to be a long day. Evil grin. She forced herself to stand this time, ignoring the wave of dizziness and urge to vomit. For now, the adrenaline in her blood was still high enough to keep her moving, but a voice deep down warned her that it was not going to last much longer. Keeps copying this framing device of I guess he's reading. Is he reading a comic book or something? Or some story that he's reading on his phone? Anyway, moving on. I don't know. Maybe those will make more sense later on. The day is much like the last, but better. There's still a bit of Neko dancing happening that I'm hoping will pass soon. At least Pepper has her appetite back. Any band can be a horror game if you're antisocial. Funny. Yeah. Unfortunately, Pepper, having figured out that if you leave the refrigerator door open too long, it chimes. It keeps leaving the door open because she is obnoxious. Pepper. Mostly, it's been a frustrated Claudia that ends up coming into the kitchen to close the door and stop the chime. Right now, I'm showing Pepper where to put her dirty laundry. Spoiler, not everywhere. But she's not very interested in my crazy concept of putting laundry into the laundry basket and almost throws a tantrum. Out of ideas, I offer, look, if you do all of your chores, there'll be a reward at the end of each week. Chores. Reward? What? Chores. Reward. Not sure if it's the challenge that hooks her or simply that she's being bribed, but I leap on the deal. Sure. Chores reward, why not? Now I have to think of chores for her, and come up with some kind of reward each week. I'm hoping that giving Pepper structure will keep her occupied and in turn make her less bored. At this point, anything that reduces the stress of Claudia and on me is worth trying. Again, I'll take any victory I can get, like when I'm able to enlist the help of both getting ready for breakfast and lunch. In fact, I'm in such a good mood about my victory that after lunch I decide to treat myself and bake a nice fresh loaf of bread. Claudia helps by fetching ingredients. Yeah, he really likes baking, eh? Oh, instead of regular bread, I'm going to make cinnamon raisin bread. Grab the oat flour, honey, raisins. Grinning, Claudia complies, giving me the look she saves when one of my simple cooking ideas evolves into something less simple. You know what? Put back the bread pan and grab the muffin tray. These won't be muffins, but I'll bake them as little buns. That way it'll be easier to grab one for a snack. Claudia finishes cleaning up and heads off as I set the oven to bake the buns. I can't wait till the house fills with the smell of baking bread. Pepper, no! I rush into the living room where Pepper and Claudia are once again squared off, ramping up for a fight. Both are coiled, glaring intensely, fingers splayed. Not again. Find her, keep her. Pepper has one of Claudia's hair scrunchies. I've never seen Claudia get possessive of her things, but then again, she's never had anyone take her stuff. It's a freaking hair scrunchie. This would be comical except for the potential to start a fight that could wreck the living room. Give, now. Find her, keep her, lose her, weep her. Enough. I don't like yelling, especially mine, but I can't pretend this isn't serious. There's a garden path sentence. I remember reading this line in the demo and tripping over the sentence and having it's how do I put this? Like starting the sentence, you're gonna parse it out as I don't like yelling myself, like particularly since he just yelled. The phrase I don't like yelling on its own sort of implies he doesn't. how do I even phrase this to convey the difference in parsing the sentence? Um, I get the from in context, I infer that he means I don't like yelling, as in he doesn't like uh, yelling in general. Like he doesn't like the sound of yelling. But the initial impulse is to interpret it as he doesn't like the act of yelling. I don't know. Like it's just the way this is phrased. I don't like yelling, especially mine. But I can't pretend this isn't serious. It's just I don't know. It's an odd phrasing. I get what it means. Um, I suggested rewording this when I was doing my proofreading. Oh well. Anyway, moving right along. Not handling their run-ins very well. I just have no experience with something like this. Both cats stay in the rooms for the rest of the day, right up through cooking dinner. He's referring to them as cats now? At least until the rich aroma of food simmering in garlic and ginger make both of them want to be involved. Their dejected expressions make me feel like a monster. If Pepper were to grab the bowls and sporks and Claudia were to take them and set the table, I'd be very appreciative. This is something Claudia would normally have done on her own, but just being involved seems to make her happy. Dinner's surprisingly civilized, with no shenanigans. Pepper actually makes yum sounds and fishes every last bite. Again, I credit the meal, not my diplomacy. After a new elaborate cleanup ritual, I deliver my surprise. Star checkers! Yep. Claudia lights up as soon as she sees the game. Setting herself next to me on the sofa, she eagerly grabs a handful of colored marbles. I can't remember what happened to our old board, so I got us a new one. With a quick laugh, she tosses her head to the side. The tips of her long golden mane dance about as her uncontainable joy erupts in an even brighter smile. Claudia's humming only amplifies her delight as she sets up our game. I grin right along with her. Makes you think of a VN which is grammatically correct but with the weirdest sentence structure possible. Yeah. Moving right along. Pepper, curious as to what we're doing, watches from a close distance. Through a sour expression, Pepper's eyes follow Claudia's painted nails as her fingers diligently place the colored marbles into the correct spots on the board. We're going to play Sternhalma. Star checkers. Yes, star checkers. You wouldn't like it, Pepper. Pepper dons a sneer, startled by the prospect of me keeping something from her. Clucky, clucky, yucky, ducky. Pepper mumbles some dissatisfaction under her breath. She can't read my mind, but the look she gives me, she says she knows I'm really trying to get her to play with us, trying to trick her. She knows it, but also knows the ruse is working. Glaring suspiciously, she joins us, flopping to the floor with a thump. I show her our simple rules, and we take turns moving marbles across the board. Pepper instantly figures out how to play, and she gets excited for her turn. When she captures one of my pieces, she bounces with glee, jumping right along with her marble. Claudia is all smiles, playing as she always has, slowly and methodically. Seeing her like this brings me right back to our childhood. Playing Sternhalma, or Star Checkers, with our made-up rules was one of the few things we regularly did together. I can't say what it is, but there's something different about her right now. Something brighter? Anyway, as much fun as we're all having, I can't help but feel that there's some cheating happening. Almost immediately, I start to suspect they're teaming up on me. This isn't one versus one, or every mammal for themselves as it should be when you have 3 players. No, this is a 2-on-1, feline versus human. Very quickly, I'm down to only a few remaining marbles and little gains to show for my efforts. As Pepper jumps at my last marble, she looks me dead in the eye. Oopsie. Poopsie. Oopsie poopsie. This is going to be a thing with you now, isn't it? Pepper nods enthusiastically. Wonderful. As I've been completely trounced, both girls have a little celebration in their own way. Claudia softly giggles and puts a hand on my knee to console me. Been too long. Need practice now. Lots and lots. Yeah, yeah. Pepper points to the pile of my marbles she's captured and barks a laugh. Ha! Wrecked. Afterwards, they quickly finish the game. Pepper kind of lost interest after beating me, leaving Claudia to pull off a dark horse victory. All in all, today was a win. As Claudia puts the board away, I make a mental note to pick up that other game. What's it called? Janger? One with the blocks where you build a tower and take turns removing piece till it falls over? Talking about Jenga? was there some copyright issue with naming it in the game? Anyway, maybe even that other game with the two sticks and marbles. Is that Kerplunk? I think that's what that game is called. That you're describing there? Yeah. Oh yeah, the other thing I was going to comment on, Claudia pulling off a dark horse victory. I mean, doesn't dark horse imply that it's an unexpected victory? Like she's the... But isn't she the one that's experienced at the game? Pepper's the newcomer. Theoretically, Pepper should be the dark horse. Oh well, anyway. Oh yeah, there's an ad break coming up in 4 minutes. FYI. I'll pause the game when it comes on. Move right along. Anything that will end up less girls versus me. Exposing an illusion is not the same as revealing a truth? If truth is relative, then its cousin is anarchy? What is this? I'm not quite sure what that meant. Anyway, has it already been a whole week? Guess I'm coming to accept the reality that I'm now going to be responsible for not just Claudia, but Pepper too. It's a huge deal. Putting aside the weirdness of having a domesticated Nico, there's the practical side of things. Extra food, extra laundry, care and attention. And now we have 2. Thank God Claudia treats chores like they're her favorite hobby. At least I don't have to worry about the extra mess. It's not all bad, though. There have been some very unexpected moments where the 3 of us have come together in a strange new synchronicity. And that gives me a lot of hope. Pepper's wariness and the frustration she displayed on first arriving are gone, but she still gets bored easily, which sometimes leads to issues where I have to play referee. Currently planning to move on with mod dev ghosting me again. Oh no. So many figurines left? Are you referring to the your roleplay thing with the plasticine? Or the clay, I guess? Or is this something else? Anyway, 2.5 minutes ad break. Move right along. Pepper, seriously? Fortunately, those instances have been fewer and milder. I still worry, though, to the point that I tried to think of something else that could take Pepper or somewhere she could go. But like Goro said, there isn't anyone else, just me. Tomorrow, Goro leaves for Army basic training. He's been very busy, and other than a few quick texts between us, we haven't had a lot of contact. I dress quickly, as I'm really looking forward to getting to spend time with him tonight. I'm still trying to process him joining the army out of the blue like he did. It just seems like a reckless decision. Goro's not the military type. He's wild, loves to prank, has a bit of a rebellious streak. Really though, I think I just don't want to face the fact that after tonight I won't see him again. See him for, well, who knows when I'll get to see him again. There is a small army base not too far from town, but the odds he'd be stationed there aren't worth considering. Despite his antics, I'm really going to miss having him in my life. I know how Pepper feels. Goro isn't even gone yet, and I already feel like a house that's had its entire back wall ripped away. A huge hole where there was nothing, where there was support, and now there's nothing there to keep out the weather. 1 minute to ad break. I don't mention that I'm going to see Goro. Since I'll be gone a while, I turn on the TV. Claudia really enjoys the Nature Channel, and Pepper has started getting into it too. At the sound of the program, both of my Nikos dash in. Wow, my Nikos. Still doesn't sound right to me. I'm going out for a little while. I'll feed you girls when I get back. Other than a quick nod from Claudia, I mostly ignored. When the picture on the TV switches to a scene of penguins, Pepper sucks her teeth and blurts out a quick and quiet, "Get him, Pepper." Hey, look, it's the penguins that Trump tariffed the other day. Topical reference. Yeah, yeah, Trump has instituted. I don't know if for anyone not following politics, Trump has instituted tariffs against like pretty much every country in the world. Like, I mean, left out a few countries. Conspicuously, Russia was left off. Money, yeah, and people are making fun of the fact that he even is tariffing Antarctica, even though there's like nothing but penguins there, basically, and lots of jokes about him taxing penguins. Hey, and Abu Graves is here. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Jared's playing your game. He loves it. Haha. Yeah. Also, hey, yeah. Ad break is imminent, by the way. I'll pause the game when it comes on. But yeah, welcome in, Diablo Graves. Yes, I noticed your name in the credits. Yeah, you know what? I think since this, I think I just get a jump start on the break, and I'll get the ads. There we go. I'll be right back. And I'm back again. BBIAB? What? Be back in a bit? Okay. Sort of had to piece that together. Yeah, I normally would have had a role-playing session today, but got cancelled and rescheduled. Oh, okay. Thought about doing some streaming myself, but I saw this going and decided to drop in. Oh, okay, thanks for stopping by. Hopefully it isn't too cringe. As the kids say. I mean, maybe they don't phrase it exactly that way, but you know. Anyway, moving right along. Get him, Pepper. They should be fine for the next few hours. The restaurant is a relatively short walk from my place. Oh, there he is. Goro's already waiting for me. Hey, I'm here. Well, that would explain my erection. You know, I was expecting something inappropriate from you, and that did not disappoint. Goro's grin widens to match mine. Thanks. I've been saving that one just for you. Lovely. Yeah, we kind of already had a vivid picture of Goro painted in internal monologue so far. Even saving your erections for me? Yes. You'll need something to play with while I'm gone. I have a box of them in the trunk of my car for you. I can. Hey, ads worked six in a row. I hope it's paying. It's yeah, I do get some money from it. Plus, I think it's just generally good to break up the stream periodically. I figure 3 minutes of ads every hour seems like a suitable interval. Anyway, moving right along. I can come back if you two and your erections need another moment. Seemingly out of the ether, our waitress appears. With a raised eyebrow, she savors the uncomfortable moment as Goro and I squirm in embarrassment that she overheard our crude banter. Sorry, we were just discussing erections, I heard. It's rare that guys are so upfront about stuff like that. It's almost wholesome. She continues without missing a beat, only making me want to hide even further behind the menu. Goro laughs. He loves moments like this, relishing them as a challenge of some sort. But want one? Whoa, this is brash. Even for him. If the waitress is offended, she's not showing it. Nah, you look like the type who has things well in hand. Her tone hasn't changed. Still lighthearted and teasing. Her smile, however, seems sharper than it was just a moment ago. Goro returns her gaze with a flat smile of his own. This is some of the bawdiest that I've seen Goro get with a stranger. Maybe with him leaving tomorrow, he doesn't see any real risk in taking chances. Then again, he's always had a talent for meeting and chatting up girls, so maybe he's reading the situation differently than I am. Someday they'll advertise what I believe in it. Very funny. Yeah, it's been a while since I played the demo for this. I I do remember commenting on the fact that by the way, you know, pro tip: don't flirt with or hit on people while they're working. It's like particularly like when it comes to people working in the service industry and they're like required to be polite with you, so they can't tell you to, excuse my language, they can't tell you to fuck off if you're being rude to them. I can't remember if in the demo if she started the banter or not, or I don't know. Anyway, I'm just gonna move on. Yeah, reading the situation differently than I am. I could always use another hand. Waitress's smile flattens and her gaze narrows. She studies Goro. In my head, I'm already calculating us being thrown out of the restaurant in 5, 4, 3, 2. The pause feels like it's going on for way too long. She looks over her shoulder and then leans in close. Pull it out. Uh, what? Let's see it. I think I may have had a stroke because it sounded like she just told him to pull it out. I feel all the blood in my body rush to my feet and nearly choke on my tongue. For the first time since I've known him, Goro is speechless. The waitress has him hypnotized, locked in her unblinking gaze. Goro, completely unbalanced by this turn of events, stares at her with his mouth still open. This was not the outcome he anticipated. I don't want to. Defeated, Goro shrinks in his chair. Relieved that she's called his bluff, I begin to apologize. In a flash, the waitress's hard demeanor dissipates. She begins to giggle. She giggles so hard that she snorts. My utter shock and Goro's dawning realization that he's been played makes her giggle even harder. Goro and I share a look, but we can't help but smile too. Very well played. I again begin to apologize. Don't worry, if I thought there was any chance that he was actually going to do it, I wouldn't have suggested it. Are you going to behave now? Yes, ma'am. The waitress beams victoriously. Goro smiles guiltily. I'm in awe. That was brilliant on her part. The master schemer and utterly confident Goro, completely and effortlessly taken down by this sprightly puck. Sprightly puck, that's an interesting metaphor. Horror flirting? But yeah, seriously, in real life, don't hit on people when they're in the at working. Like it's kind of creepy. It's a power imbalance. That's what it is. You know, we were speaking about power imbalances earlier, because they're required to be polite and you're not. So anyway, I've never seen anyone handle him like that. She stops smiling and turns a renewed, sharp focus at me. Handle him? Are you being funny? She spits the words at me. Oh, no, I'm saying that you won that hands down. Hands down? ... question mark. As in, hands down his pants? I feel like a bug about to be squashed. My eyes widen. All the blood that was hiding in my feet rushes up into my cheeks. No, I'm saying the way you beat off his... Beat off? Really? Beat off? You need to just stop talking right now. But my words, I swear I'm not trying to make us hard on... Is Protag compulsively spitting it out in innuendos? Message for message back? Oh wait, did I? Which message? The one about the 6 ads, or something? Advertise something I want. I believe in it, or which? I'm not sure which I'm not sure which message you're referring to. Oh, FNF mod. Sorry, I did miss that. My apologies. I didn't go far back enough. Let's count how many failed before my eyes. Okay. Well. Yeah, I'm not sure what to say about that. Yeah. I can say I can't say I realized you were working on FNF mods. It's cool. I mean, it's not. It's unfortunate that the dev is ghosting you or whatever, but that sounds like a fun hobby in any case. Anyway, moving right along. Sorry, I'm not trying to make this hard on. Hard on? What's wrong with you? Why are you still talking? Wei just breaks the harsh interrogation and giggles again at the emotional pretzel she's twisted me into. Goro and I sit quietly, feeling like school kids had just got in trouble with the principal. And that was fun. As we very meekly order a dinner, it's clear that we won't be giving her a hard time tonight. Crap, I'm still doing it. I swear my life can't get any weirder. I like her. This place is great. Of course, Now my vector's gone. Sorry, bro. You're buying dinner. What? I gotta buy my own going away dinner? You Nico people have no sense of humor. Goro mock frowns. I at least appreciate him keeping his volume down, not broadcasting to the whole restaurant that I am Nico people. Yeah, man, my treat. As a way to thank you for volunteering to take Pepper. I'm going to miss him, but that doesn't mean I'm letting him off the hook. So tell me about all the naked shower time you and Pepper had together. Gotcha. Maybe I'm inspired by the waitress's sharp wit and the way she knocked Goro off his perch. Although I don't for a moment think that Goro and Pepper ever showered naked together, I am enjoying pressing him in any way I can, which might keep him unbalanced. Goro's shocked expression morphs into his signature grin, cunning and ready to cause chaos. What kind of person do you think I am? You don't want me to answer that. Shots fired. Ouch. Heh, okay, I deserve that one. Look, you know I consider Pepper to be like a weird sister who never had any hanky-panky. Hanky-panky? Who talks like that? I'm not one of those pervy Nico bangers, but I can't say there weren't times I was tempted. Yeah, and now we're back into the like a whole uncomfortable territory because like it's the whole thing with the Nikos is they're framed in a way that suggests that the audience is supposed to like lust after them or whatever. But also they're also framed as being, I don't know, like maybe having subhuman intelligence or whatever. So it's like, and it's in a society where it's built around where people don't even have to care if they live or die. So it's like, you know, it's like teetering in the direction of like sex slavery or whatever. And yeah, you know, the whole aspect of the world building. Like I kind of hope it's going somewhere with it, but like we'll see. We'll see. I'm just gonna move on. I can't say there weren't times I was tempted. Kuro's casual admission causes me to blink several times. Even with all our history, it genuinely surprised me that he'd admit to something like that. Then again, this could be Kuro messing with me. You're such a pervert, Kuro. No, really? This coming from the guy who told me his first ever sexual experience was with Claudia? I get defensive and don't smile. What the You told me that right before you moved out. Claudia jumped into your bed and curled up with you while you were sleeping. You woke up spooning her and with your hand on her boob. Oh boy. Social horror is a thing and it hurts? Yeah. I suppose if you've got the right level of introversion. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, more of that stuff for the particular demographic, I suppose. Oh my god. I remember you telling me how great it felt, but you were terrified that your mom would walk in any moment and murder you for defiling her Nico. Can't believe I forgot about that. I totally forgot that I told Goro. And I warned you that spooning leads to forking. Spooning leads to forking. Great. It was years ago, right before graduation and before I met Mia. It happened on a weekend, so I was sleeping in, but Mom always eventually woke me up on days like that. I was confused at first, but Claudia's warmth, her soft skin, the turmoil I felt, knowing that it's beyond taboo to be intimate with a Nico, but never having had a girlfriend, the basic part of me, I just wanted to give in to the yearning and enjoy her body pressed against me, just wanting to pull her even closer. It was difficult to tear myself away from her and get out of bed that morning. The feel of her, the scent of her, it was intoxicating. My hands. Dude, your face is so red right now. Yeah, so, yeah, again, this has all kinds of other uncomfortable implications about, just, this is, like, Claudia is basically Protag's mom's pet, and he keeps her in the house with her hormonal teenage son. It, says, do you drink alcohol? Feels like you need some. Not usually. Maybe I should. Maybe it would help me get through this. I don't know. Anyway. Moving right along. If he's so red right now. Girl bursts out laughing. I laugh to hide my embarrassment. A toast. Two perverts. Can't help but smile as I raise my glass to meet his. I'm really going to miss you. I'm just not sure why. Dinner conversation relaxes after that. We slip into our old habits of turning everything into a joke and finishing each other's sentences. At one point, Goro mentions Mia. Did she sucker you into taking her back yet, or are you guys finally broken up? No, Wait, what do you mean, finally? His face lights up in both shock and glee. Goro's voice gets louder and his words come quickly as if chased out of him by some strange and intense relief. Holy crap, you did it! You really broke up! It's about damn time. I was worried that she came back and you let her. First of all, keep your voice down. Second, I'm still stuck on your finally. Well, let's just say I won't miss her. It wasn't the healthiest of relationships. I'm proud of you, man. He grins like a rat with a wheel of cheese. How long have you... Always? The whole time? Why didn't I ever say anything? Seriously? She's gorgeous, and you were thinking with your boner. He does have a point. It's easier to see in retrospect, but I'm sure there was more to our relationship beyond just the physical attraction. Wasn't there? Question mark? Yeah. I mean, I did comment earlier on, like, the way he talks about her did sort of hint at an unhealthy relationship. Anyway, moving on. Goro sees my mood start to sink and dives in for the rescue in his Goro way. Tell you what I'll do. Let me give you my aunt's number. She'll take good care of you. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. This is what I was expecting from Goro. On what planet is you pimping out your aunt to me going to make me feel better? Besides your aunt, are you trying to get me killed or something? She's a nice lady with a healthy sex life. You told me she has a waterbed and she hosts bondage parties. Yeah, that's what I just said. Well, if it's such a great idea, you and your erection should call her. Gross, dude. She's my aunt. Then Gross stops and gets that look. It's a look that says, I'm quite pleased with myself. Watch as I turn this problem into an opportunity. Goro doesn't speak like that, but I prepare myself for some wildly outrageous idea of his, something that will make hooking me up with his fetishy aunt seem like a good idea. He studies me with his strategic smile. Hey, here it comes. Now that you and Mia are history, you should totally ask that waitress for her phone number. I look over at the fiery waitress. Compared to Goro's usual ideas, this one is fairly mild. For that reason alone, I actually take a moment and try to imagine asking her out. I don't know if I have a type of person that I'm attracted to. I was so used to being alone before Mia. This waitress' personality is nothing like Mia's. She's fun. That's a very quick wit. Woman jump scare. Yeah. It's just, well, for starters, it's weird to ask someone you just met out on a date. Even weird to ask someone at their work for a date. Oh, hey, we acknowledged it. Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, she is a, conventionally attractive young waitress who has to serve people at her place of work on a regular basis. She probably gets people asking her out all the time. It's got to be uncomfortable, It's like you don't ask someone out while they're at work. It's just Anyway, moving on. And even if it wasn't, I know I'm not ready for another relationship yet. Yeah, that's a very normal suggestion for you, Goro. Are you feeling alright? This is a good idea. She's cute, and she's all about service. I bet she'd service the hell out of you. I roll my eyes. I'm just kidding. But I'm also totally serious. I'm about asking for a number. The service too, but especially the number. Just ask her. I bet she'll give it to you. Goro's right that she's cute, but the Mia breakup is way too fresh. I'm still working out a lot of things. Even now, I'm not sure if I miss Mia or if I just don't want to be alone. And not that I'm truly alone. Claudia and Pepper have been keeping me busy, but that's not the same. I want to care about someone who actually cares about me, but I need to fix some things about me first. Reflecting on all the time I was with Mia, was I pretending that we had something that wasn't really there? Goro knows both of us well, and he was waiting for an inevitable end. Not the healthiest of relationships. Look, right now, you're thinking it's too soon, and all that touchy-feely torture poet hippie stuff I know you like to wallow in. Trust me, the best thing for you is to get back out there. I don't know. I mean, I'd say like I have misgivings about rebound relationships. They tend not to work out very well. Some people need to time to. Well, people generally need time to mourn a relationship. Take time to collect yourself and so on. But yeah, whatever. Moving on. If nothing else, he's convinced himself. If nothing else, he's convinced himself. I quietly encourage him to drop it. Not tonight, but I'll think about it. Oguro still has that look. Goro and Pepper share a common personality trait. Once they get going, there's no stopping them. Right now, it's bothering him that I might not harass our waitress for her phone number. She likes you, I can tell. And here she comes. My friend wants to ask you something. The waitress turns expectantly to me. There's only one option. It says beat Goro at his own game. I mean, I guess I might as well save it. Goro gets served. Alright, let's go with that. Beat Goro at his own game. But I've known Goro way too long and figured he'd put me on the spot like this, so I smile at her and ask, do you have any cat bread? Cat bread, meaning meat or fish that's about to get tossed and that markets or restaurants will sometimes give to people who leave outside for a feral neighborhood Nico. Or in the rare case, someone he has a domestic bring home. She smiles and heads back to the kitchen. It's rare that I'm able to undermine Goro's scheming like that. I'm unable to hide a cocky smile peeking out at the corner of my mouth. He gives a smirk in acknowledgement. Dude, I'm telling you, you need to get out of the house. You need to meet more people. There's a whole world out there. You should see it. He's right. I don't have a social life. I only ever went out and did anything when Goro or Mia wanted to. Now Mia's gone and Goro leaves tomorrow. I really think he's worried about me. The irony is that him dumping Pepper on me just made that harder. It's incredibly awkward telling someone, oh, by the way, I have a Nico. You can sometimes get away with it by saying we had rats, but now I have two. I appreciate your concern, but I'm in a good place right now. Oh, really? You think so? Yeah, really, I do, and that's what matters. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Waitress returns with a bigger than expected takeout bag. There's enough shrimp, chicken, and sashimi for a few meals. Thank you, expository internal narration. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things one of the things I commented on when I was like doing the proofreading of the demo was about like editing, trimming out unnecessary stuff. And Maddie's been he's impressed upon me that bit of feedback helped, and that they did a lot of trimming stuff out. Yeah, I mean, this is mostly lining up with my my memory of the demo from way back whenever. Um, um, yeah, it was a while ago that I played it. Um, what am I trying to say? I like. What am I trying to say here? Like I think back to when I released my DDLC mod Doki Doki Storm. That was back in 2020. That's 5 years ago. Wow. Well, 4.5 years ago. Um, that was Yuri has intentionally wordy internal monologue in that. Uh, I, I wanted to build up uh, 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 her very verbose and intense internal monologue to show that her inner world is quite busy, even when there's nothing happening outside. Um, and the script went through a lot of revisions. I basically gutted it at one point and cut like 600 lines out of the thing. Um, um, because at some point I realized that like less is more. It came from like I was reading some fan fiction where it was like um, yeah, like what Diablo Graves said here, expository internal narration. Like there was just so much in the internal monologue of the story that I was writing that was just like it was just rehashing unnecessary details, and it was kind of boring. And then I sat back and I went, oh crap, what if my own writing is boring? And then sort of I took an axe to my own work and just cut out a lot of stuff that's unnecessary. I took steps with that in my later work. Like I still feel like maybe there was stuff I could have cut out of Storm. When I wrote Turquoise, I wrote it to have as lean internal monologue as possible. Like I just as much as possible, I let the like the dialogue speak for itself, let the characters' expressions and reactions speak for themselves, and not describe every little thing. um, and I think it works. Like the overall audience experience works better that way. Uh, Sometimes necessary to reduce confusion from the user not having existed in the world of the characters. But yeah, there was a fair bit of trimming done. Yeah. Oh yeah, and for this story, there is some exposition is necessary. Like there's world building going on here, and I'm drawing attention to it as I go through. In my usual like analytical way. But um, yeah, yeah, my memory, like it's been long enough since I played the demo that I'm um, I can't necessarily exactly put my finger on like okay, there's a line that was removed, but it is noticeable. It is noticeably trimmer than it was before. So yeah, kudos for that. Um, um, yeah, like one line that stood out in my mind was there was a line that was something like uh, Pepper having realized that when you hold the door open, it makes a chime. She continues holding the door open so that the chime continues, or something like that. It was this long convoluted sentence that it was just like uh, it was really unnecessary. um, um, I don't know. That one stood out. That was like one line in particular that I commented on. Like, man, could you have expressed like I don't remember the exact wording of it. But it was kind of the thing that made me go like, could you really not think of a less wordy way to express that? um, um, but yeah. Um, I guess what I'm saying is yeah, like it's uh, It does feel like it flows better than it did in the demo. Is basically what I'm saying. I'm gonna move on. Enough shrimp, chicken, sashimi for a few meals. This is a huge amount of food. We're really not supposed to do this anymore, so this will be our little secret. But thanks, you're awesome. Yes, yes I am. The waitress gives a lopsided smile. Goro grins like a shark. Told you she likes you. I end up paying. I end up paying for dinner, but that's fine. Man, what a pushover. Goro said himself he was going to pay for the dinner as thanks for looking after Pepper since he just unceremoniously dumped her on him and is forcing him to look after her. But anyway, whatever. Before Goro leaves, he asks about Pepper. I know he's wanted to ask me all night, but for some reason he waited until just now. I tell him, she's adjusting, and I leave it all the drama. He's got more important things to worry about, like boot camp and his future and after that. And besides, Pepper and Claudia have started to tolerate each other. There's an awkward pause before Goro gets in his car and drives off. As his taillights fade into the distance, I keep waving at him even long after he can't see me anymore. It takes me a moment to realize I'm alone. I head home, taking that first step into an unknown future and pondering how radically different my life has gotten in just 1 week. The short walk home feels much longer tonight. Oh, ominous music. The night's ambient music is broken by an unwelcome sound. A rustling in the bushes? A shrill screech like nothing I've heard before. Torturous, piercing, makes every nerve in my body sear with the wash of adrenaline and holds me frozen in cold fear. My throat and grip on the bag of cat bread tighten reflexively. There's something in the bushes. My breathing struggles to keep up with my quickening heartbeat. The best I can summon are small involuntary gasps. The thing in the bushes responds with its own broken, labored wheezing. Oh my god, it's a rat! A giant rat, about to leap on me and tear my guts out just as it steps from my front door. My mouth is so dry that I can't swallow. I need to do something. Run. Every fiber of my being wants to, but I can't move. A flat snap breaks my trance. Claudia has opened the front door. The signal from my brain to my body seems to take forever. Run! I lose all composure as I sprint towards the open door, willing myself to make it, expecting at any second to be leapt upon and eaten alive. Each uncertain step feels like it will be my last. As I throw myself inside, an overwhelming relief washes over me. I made it. Claudia was there for me. I quickly step inside so she can close the door. But she doesn't. Instead, Claudia ducks past me with Pepper right behind her. My relief leaves with them, and I'm alone in the foyer. Come back! They don't. I cautiously follow them out, fully alert. They face a threat in the bushes. Fully alert, they face a threat in the bushes. A seasoned hunter as a kitten, Pepper falls right back into that role. Her head darts back and forth, working to identify exactly what is hiding in the bushes in front of our house, determining, is it friend or foe? Though what she will choose to do when she judges it to be foe has me gravely concerned. But what holds my attention is Claudia. Despite how big she is, she deftly snaked past me in an instant, placing herself between me and whatever is in the bushes. She makes a low, almost inaudible growling hum. Yeah, back? Oh, welcome back. I've never seen her move like that or act like this before. Her placid demeanor is gone. Still fully focused on the deep shadows enveloping the bushes, Claudia touches my knee with her tail to track exactly where I am. Girls, come back inside. Neither Nico breaks their focus on the bushes. I have to admit, standing here with two capable Nikos in full fight display, crouched, coiled hands and nails at the ready, placing themselves between me and the hidden danger, is exhilarating. The idea of them dangerous and ready to deliver harm upon a threat to me breaks through the fear that seconds ago had me impotent and helpless. Still, we need to get inside. The thing in the bushes lets out another blood-curdling shriek, softer and more wretched sounding this time, but still causing me to reflexively retreat a few steps. Claudia and Pepper also react, shedding their crouched fight poses for a more upright and alert posture. They focus directly on a spot beneath the living room window. Claudia turns and looks me in the eye. She gently takes my hand. Hey! With an ear turned back towards me, Claudia leads me into the house. We go into the bathroom, she quietly states, emphasizing the command by holding both of her hands out with her palms towards me. Stay, now. And she leaves, closing the door behind her. Well, how about that? Claudia taking charge and giving the human commands? So much for all those, the narrator's impressions of them being like, subhuman or whatever. Anyway. I don't know what's weirder at this moment. Claudia's directive to stay in the bathroom or that I'm actually obeying it. I try to wrap my mind around what's happening. If what's out there is so dangerous that she put me in here for my safety, then why on earth would she and Pepper stay outside? Oh hey, I've got a real choice. So I can wait here, or go help the Nikos, sneak out and watch from a distance, or call the cops. Okay, so, gotta weigh the relative options, I suppose. Do we trust that Claudia knows what she's doing and, actually just wait here? Do I go help them even though, his initial reaction is to freeze up? And freeze up in panic. Sneak out and watch them from a distance. Calling the cops feels like a bad move because it's like you don't even know if there's anything there to be concerned about in the first place. Not really. And besides, it'll be difficult to explain to the authorities why you have two Nikos in your house. I mean, I sort of suspect that regardless of what choice I choose here, it is not going to have a huge impact on how everything plays out. I mean, if we consider it from the quote unquote dating simulator angle, maybe this has some bearing on how much we endear ourselves to Claudia or whatever. It's the kind of thing that it feels like. I mean, if I'm, having an eye for the strings that are being pulled from behind the scenes, it feels like wait here is the option that endears oneself to Claudia, and go help Nikos feels like the one that endears oneself to Pepper, because she values taking action. Sneaking out to watch from a distance may be more of the more neutral option. Yeah, I don't know. Calling the cops just feels like a bad choice in the circumstances. But it is an option, so it can't derail the plot too much. I don't know. I mean, I'm sort of assuming the plot moves forward regardless of which one I choose. I'm sort of leaning towards the neutral option of or the I don't know, the relatively neutral option of sneak out and watch from a distance. um, like I don't know. I'm just weighing the various options against each other. Like the way here, like uh, waiting here feels like it's like it encourages valuing Claudia's agency and like her ability and willingness to take charge and make choices for other people, which is kind of neat. Um, what am I trying to say here? I don't know. I'm also considering um, waiting here because I'm missing out on the action, whatever might happen out there. um, yeah, I don't know. I'm overthinking it as usual, I'm sure. Teehee, yeah. um, but yeah, sort of. I guess I'm just leaning towards the sneak out and watch from a distance option. Let's go with that. It's eerily quiet. The deafening silence is a foe that feeds my worry, fuels my anxiety. I'm feeling left out, unimportant, and helpless to do anything about it, which is making me really aggravated. Admittedly, these feelings are petty and out of tune with the situation. I growl in frustration. I'm not in control of the situation. I have no idea what I should be doing. This is probably how Pepper has felt all week. Crap. That thought alone makes my stomach try to digest itself. The truth is that I never would have chosen to have Pepper living here, but that's not her fault. And at least she's started to find her place. I rub my eyes and force myself to focus. There are more important things to consider at the moment, like that thing in the bushes, and Pepper and Claudia outside with it. Illogical emotions attempt to crowd out rational thought, but reminding myself that freaking out is not a strategy helps me to wrestle down the panic and act calm. They're Nikos, two of them. They can handle a rat, even a giant one. Can't they? Think. Need a plan. I can actually feel heat radiate inside my head as if my thoughts were roasting inside an oven. Turning them from raw ideas into some half-baked plan is better than no plan at all. Truth is, I really don't want to go outside. A giant rat in the bushes, the thought is terrifying. But being in here sucks worse. Claudia told me to stay, but how can I? So far, it looks like he's still staying. Oh well. Maybe there was maybe it was a bit of a non-choice, or maybe he needs to work himself up into rationalizing it. Anyway, if anything bad happens to Pepper or Claudia, I would never forgive myself, and Mom and Gora would never forgive me either. Maybe I'll just peek through the window? Yes. Start with seeing what's happening, then make another plan from there. I need to take control. My energy returns. Decided and filled with purpose, I grab the bathroom door, slamming it open. In no scenario, in no universe, or in any kind of alternate reality did I ever imagine seeing Pepper on the other side of the bathroom door. Nor did Pepper ever expect the door to suddenly open in such a violent manner, just as she was reaching to open it herself. I swear she leapt 3 feet in surprise. Yeah, like I said, maybe it turns out it was sort of a non-choice. I'll bet it. Probably if you select call the cops, it probably goes through this entire internal monologue anyway, and the exact same thing happens. It wouldn't surprise me at this point anyway. Moving right along. Overly focused, there's no time to react to the shock. As a result, my entire upper body recoils away. Of course, this completely unbalances me, and I stumble backwards. My last thought before I trip and crash into the tub is protect your head, which fortunately I do. Mostly. Yeah, we were just talking earlier about editing and trimming down the overly wordy bits. Like all of this, all of this is here to say I fell down. Takes away from the immediacy of falling down a little. Test your theory on the choices. Um, hmm? Oh, you think I should? Is this word of God here? Is this the creator of the game suggesting that I should reload and test it? Will it improve my gaming experience? I was content to just plow on with 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 the game as I was going. I seem to remember, like, I mean, again, it's been a while. I think I did. I think there may have been fewer options. I think there was like either go outside or stay here, and I think I tried going outside during the demo playthrough and plow on? Question mark? You're phrasing them as questions. I don't know. I'm just gonna carry on. Anyway, moving right along. Mostly. Yeah. Ow. Pepper recovers and doesn't give me time to do the same. Hey, outside. Surprisingly strong for her size, she hauls me out of the tub with little difficulty. Oh, he fell in the tub? Crash into the tub. Okay, so he fell into the tub. Okay. Okay. Um, yeah, I'm reminded of that. There was there was a I don't know. I don't know if you can call it a meme. It was a list that someone posted in your server, Maddie, of things for amateur writers or beginning writers to keep in mind when they're writing. And one of them was you know remember to be clear in your descriptions. What is clear in your head might not necessarily be clear in the audience's head. You want to make sure you communicate that. In this case, I didn't realize he'd apparently fallen into the tub. Hauls me out of the tub. Okay. Anyway, I can move on. Surprisingly, out of the tub with the buddy. Before I can say or do anything, Pepper turns and runs back outside. Let's go. My eyes practically bulge in a desperate attempt to adjust to the darkness. Once they do, I have mixed emotions. On one hand, I'm glad that Pepper isn't standing on the neck of a monstrous rat out of a dystopian nightmare. On the other hand, that means it's still in the bushes. Pepper looks at me expectantly, the tip of her tail flicking sharply from side to side. She wears a serious expression I haven't seen before. Gingerly, I approach the bush. My cats keep to either side of me, just slightly back. You refer to them as cats again. Claudia's neutral posture belies her hard focus. She's ready to react if things suddenly take a turn for the worse. I'd like to spend more time thinking about how out of character this is for her, but my full attention is trained on the bush. Pepper seems more agitated. Her tail appears to live independently of her now, the way it snaps back and forth in a combination of concern and annoyance. Still, she hovers just close enough to watch everything scrupulously. I peek around the bush. I can't help myself. I need to see this thing. A very wide and wild eye meets mine. But it's not a rat. It's a Neko? A feral. Curled up, half sitting, half lying on the ground. With heterochromia. Two different eye colors. Realizing that my bushes do not contain an enormous hungry rat with teeth and claws the size of my fingers allows parts of my body that I don't usually think about to relax back to a normal state. Relief is an understatement. I actually feel stupid now. Just a feral. For a moment, the feral and I simply stare at each other. I've never seen one this close. Well, this is just weird. Interesting, but weird. Ferals always avoid humans. I'll only make it anxious being anywhere near it. I'm about to retreat back into the house and leave it alone when I notice blood. Caked blood on the side of its face. It's holding one of its arms too close to its body. It's injured. Teeth clenched, it defensively places its uninjured arm between us. Fresh tears pool and run down its face. A feral, dangerous in its own way, but this greatly simplifies the situation. Rule 1 of the feral Neko, leave it alone. It being injured is even more reason not to mess with it. Incidentally, the 4.5 minutes ad break is coming up. FYI, I'll pause the game when it comes on. A healthy feral will avoid you, but if cornered, will fight to protect itself. Looking at the dirty fingernails on its trembling hand raised towards me, I can only imagine the danger that an injured Neko could present it if it felt pressed. We really need to just leave it alone. Besides, I have no idea how badly it's hurt. The injuries probably look worse than they are. It might be fine on its own. If it's really badly injured and it's still here in the morning, I'll call an ambulance. You're just gonna leave her there overnight? But they won't treat it. They'll just put it down. Yeah, again, with the treating them as subhuman thing. Sorry, Kitty, I'm not sure what we could do for you. Not foolish enough to get ripped up messing with this thing. Memory of that old news story about the 2 dead feral Nekos that tore each other to pieces fills my thoughts. Like they've been through a shredder. Leave it alone or try and help it? Oh, I've got another choice. Let's, save the game. I mean, try and help it, obviously. What kind of monster is going to leave her alone? I mean, leaving, like, his initial plan is to leave her there overnight. I don't know. We don't know how badly injured she is. Like, if she's got, apparently has blood all over her face, and one of her arms is seemingly non-functional. I don't know if it's implying that it's broken or. Anyway, let's go try and help it. The otherworldly wail causes my muscles to tense and release in a shiver that makes me swear I levitated just a little. Never experienced anything like this. Pepper murmurs a forlorn mew in reply. Claudia looks at the front door and then back at me. There's no subtlety in her expression. Like a bad joke, I hear my own words reflected to me. What if you were alone and afraid? Ad break in 2 minutes. Yeah. Again, this kind of feels like it may have been a non-choice. Like if I said, never mind, we'll just leave you there till morning. Claudia is probably going to nudge me in the direction of taking her in anyway. The feral squints through tears, trying to get a clear picture of the human and 2 domestics before it. It covers its face with its hand, both to muffle its cries and clear away the flow of tears. Exhausted, it dropped its arm. Yeah, still referring to her as it. My failure to take any kind of action dredges up a weird guilt that makes my heart tighten. You would want someone to help you. Yeah, I would. Injured feral wails again, more felt than heard. The cry echoes through me. Pepper makes another low vocal whine, unable to hide the frustration from me just standing here. Hey. I know. I feel the weight of all 3 Neko's eyes on me, waiting for me to act. I must be insane. It would explain a lot. I sent Pepper and Claudia inside with the bag of cat bread I dropped earlier and tried to figure out my next move. Oh, he dropped the cat bread. Okay. Did, I didn't comment on it, but I was wondering, like, what did he do with the cat bread that he was carrying? 30 seconds to ad break anyway, instantly. Anyway, this time they obey, then almost instantly appear in the living room window. Front row seats where they can watch me fumble around trying to figure out what to do with an injured feral basically right on my doorstep. I pick my phone up off the ground. I know there are people you call... He dropped his phone too? Yeah, ad break is imminent. The police? An ambulance? What kind of questions do they ask when you call for this sort of thing? If I call the police, are they just going to blow its brains out on my lawn? Well, probably they'd take it somewhere and then shoot it. Either way, that option's off the table. Or the paramedics? They would give it an injection and I don't want the thing to die. I certainly don't want to be the one to kill it. Through the window, Pepper is giving me a hard look, willing me to do something more than just stand here talking to myself like a dumbass. 1,000 thoughts race through my mind. Then I remember I know a medical professional. you know this is leading to him calling Goro, of course. Of course. Yeah, that break is imminent. I'm gonna take the break right now. I'll be right back. And I'm back again. Bites nails what will happen next, yeah. You knew he was gonna call Cora. I mean... Anyway, moving right along. Ha! Dude, you miss me that much already? I need you here, Goro, right now. My flat tone gets Goro instantly serious. I tell him everything. Hang on, I'm heading over. The feral continues to tremble and hide in the bushes as best I can. I have no idea about treating an injured human, let alone an injured Nico, but Goro does. It's okay. We're going to help you. Okay. At least he addressed her directly there. True to his word, Goro arrives quickly. For a while, we simply stare at the feral from a safe distance. Dude, there's a feral in your bushes. Thanks, I hadn't noticed. Our banter is much more subdued than usual, quiet and devoid of the normal playful energy, testament to the seriousness of the situation. So, what do? We don't do anything. You are going to stay back here while I do this. Kerr reaches into his medical bag. His hands emerge with a small bottle and a syringe. My look of concern causes him to offer, just a small shot of antihistamines, good for allergic reactions in people, and handy for mellowing out good for allergic reactions in people, handy for mellowing out Nikos. Antihistamines make Nikos sleep, even I know that. It's pretty much the only way anyone who has a Nico is able to get it into a car if you need to take it somewhere. Claudia has never left the house beyond the backyard, so it's a good bet that she'd need sedation if I ever had to bring her somewhere. Pepper is very weird, as she actually likes car rides, something unheard of for a Nico, and also why Goro is able to get her over here so easily. Seeing him not totally reassured, Goro adds, I need to sedate it so it doesn't injure itself more, so chill out, I'm not putting it down or anything. Then he looks me squarely in the eye. He pauses before speaking again. Unless you want me to. Oh, yikes. Yeah, incidentally, during the break, I went to refill my water, only to find that apparently my landlord turned the water off. He's doing some plumbing work downstairs and neglected to communicate that to me, which was a bit of an annoyance. Not the least because I also went to the washroom, and then I had to wash my hands using bottled water because I didn't know the water was off. Anyway, moving right along. Yeah, this took a dark turn. Unless you want me to. He's asking if we want to kill her. Anyway, he's serious. I look at the limp and trembling feral. He's asked me to decide right now if it lives or dies? What? No. I'm asking because we don't treat injured ferals. It's too risky. The feral's in bad shape. It looks about to pass out, with only its sheer will keeping it conscious. But as bad as it is, I couldn't do that. All I feel is empathy for it. You would want someone to help you. Will you just help it, please? Not all heroes wear capes, right? He cautiously approaches and injects the feral Nico in its calf, the part closest to us. He reflexively pulls its leg away as Goro steps back out of range. It's feisty. The feral stops trembling very quickly and relaxes completely. Its shallow breathing slows. That stuff works fast. So, what do you want me to do? What do you mean? He gestures at the bushes. I mean, what do you want me to do about the feral? Didn't we just have this conversation? I want you to save it, obviously. Do your emergency medical technician stuff and help it. You're sure? I feel my face tighten and wonder why he's intentionally having comprehension issues. Why the hell do you think I called you? Yes, save it. Okay, good. Let's save it. Goro smiles at me and I feel my shoulders loosen. Yeah. I seem to recall, didn't the demo have an additional choice here where you could actually choose whether to say save it or put it down? And I chose the save it option, but I think I have a feeling that if you tell him to put it down, he's not gonna he wouldn't do it. I have a feeling it might have been another one of those non-choice choices. Anyway, moving right along. Or maybe that choice comes later. I don't know. Grab a blanket. It'll make it easier for us to carry it inside. Inside? Why inside? See, this is why I asked twice. You said save it. To do that, I have to treat it. To treat it, being able to see what I'm doing is kind of important, so... Goro grins patiently at me while he waits for me to catch up. After a moment, I do. God damn it. You can never, ever tell my mom about this. The shot of antihistamine says the feral flat on the ground, limp and practically asleep. I ask Claudia to bring us a blanket. She dashes off and returns with it a moment later. Pepper's not anywhere to be seen. She disappeared from the window the moment Goro drove up. Uh-oh. Well, that's a potentially uncomfortable encounter incoming. Careful, those nails can open you up. Easy now. Support the neck. Yep, just like that. I know about Nico fingernails, so I'm very careful as we wrap the blankets around it. With great care, Goro and I lift the feral and slowly carry it inside. Almost totally passive from the effects of the antihistamines, the feral doesn't resist at all. You didn't give it too much of that stuff, did you? Which one of us is sexy, Dr. Goro? Released from our arms, the feral gently spills out onto the carpet. The blanket falls, revealing in the lights of the room the truly terrible state of its condition. It's practically naked and filthy, covered in dirt and dried blood. Torn clothes hang off it in a sad and troubling way. One arm is caked with blood, and part of its tail is bent and limp. The feral smells heavily of musk and sweat, the coppery aroma from old blood and untreated injuries of peaty earth and damp leaves. Yeah, I made the comment earlier, when the story was mentioned about the two feral Negos that allegedly killed each other, that, hey, maybe somebody bumped off Negos that were inconvenient or something. And I also made the comment about them being only slightly removed from sex slavery, and I don't know, kind of wonder if she's like just barely escaped from some situation like that, or something like, I don't know, just speculating. Not that I'm asking for answers or anything. Moving right along. While Goro grabs his medical bag from outside, I gently adjust the blanket so it's draped over the feral, then step quickly away. Claudia brings a cup of milk. I just set it aside for now. Serious. It does look serious. Don't worry, Claus. That's why I'm here. Come on, Claudia. Let's give Goro some time to help it. I stick the cat bread in the refrigerator and leave Goro to treat the feral while I try to deal with the domestics. Some tea will make for a good distraction. And my room is as far away as we can be from Goro and the feral. Pepper's pout and rigid posture speak volumes on her feelings about Goro's presence down the hall. Ignoring the tea, she goes into her own room. I was so focused on the feral, I didn't even consider how she'd react to Goro coming over. There will be time later to deal with Pepper, soothe her in some way. Right now, Goro and the feral are a bigger concern. It's as if Goro flipped a switch. No longer the jester, he's become Doc Goro. He examines the feral systematically and thoroughly, gently palpating with light, cautious movements of his fingers in areas that show no obvious injury, and attending to the more conspicuous wounds. He knows his stuff, and he should. He's been doing it long enough. He'll make a great army medic. When he finally finishes up, we go into the kitchen. It's blind in one eye, but that doesn't look new. As for the fresh injuries, I'm guessing cat versus car? The arm has some nasty cuts. I cleaned it up. Should heal over time. Chipped tooth, not a big deal. The tail's messed up. I did what I could, but you'll need to watch it. Wait, what? Watch it? Are you seriously suggesting... ... You want me to keep a feral in my house? I mean... You knew that's where the plot was going, right? You have to insert the third Nico into the story somewhere. Anyway. Shocked, I know, right? I was getting to that before someone interrupted. It has broken ribs, probably, and it's half starved. If you release it now, it'll die out there, so... God damn it, Goro. I really believe that my hands gripping my skull are the only thing keeping my head from exploding. I look at the pile of broken feral passed out on my living room floor. Don't worry, buddy. It's way more scared of you than you are of it. I highly doubt that. Just be careful, and don't underestimate it. After a long pause, he switches from Doc Goro back to Buddy Goro. Hey, how wild would it be if this is the same cat that Mia hit with her car? Oh, really? I suppose the internal monologue earlier didn't actually say what became of the Nico that she hit. Anyway. Goro successfully distracts me from the shocking news that I'll be caring for an injured feral simply by mentioning Mia's name. Mia, did I tell you she fit all her stuff in 2 bags? Everything? 2 bags? He really is hung up on that 2 bags thing. Yeah, you mentioned it a few times at dinner. You know, Mia always kind of scared me. After tonight with that waitress, I'm thinking all women scare you. After tonight with that waitress, I'm thinking you might be right. His sinister grin means that I'm about to receive some of Goro's teasing. Speaking of scared, here it comes. Did you really crap your pants thinking you were going to be eaten by some giant monster rat? Goro's not asking a question, he's winding me up so he can have a laugh at my expense. Give him a look that says, I'm not in the mood for this flavor of bullshit. It makes him laugh anyway. Goro, please tell me that your list of conspiracies doesn't include believing that the photos of huge rats are all faked. On the contrary, I know they're real. The guy I worked with saw one. Obligatory. Are rats of unusual size? I don't believe they exist. Yeah, Princess Bride reference. Anyway. My eyes get big again. This could be Goro setting up a prank. Well, a dead one. Ferals aren't the only things that get hit by cars. His tone gets very serious. Maybe it's not a prank this time. My buddy said it was huge, scrawny, skin and bones, really mean looking. He bagged it and couldn't wait to toss it into the hospital's incinerator. You believe him? Who knows? He was drunk half the time. But I believe he believed it. He would get really pale when telling the story. He said that even dead it was scary as hell, just wrong to see something that big. Or both? Exclamation point, question mark? Yeah. Are Easter egg or foreshadowing? I mean... Well, I mean, again, more world building. It's talking about this notion that the general public isn't aware of how big they are yet, or it's just rumors that's never been confirmed. Part of the world building, etc., etc. And moving on. But you said that you know they're real, and I do. I have my mouth to point out the hole in his logic, but Goro ignores me and continues. But I'm also sure that if they were hanging out in the bushes waiting to leap on sappy guys like you, or if they were anything more than super rare, there'd be teams of cops with guns all over the streets. Goro picks a cheesy television announcer's voice. Calling Rat Patrol. Help my best friend with these 3 Nikos saw a mouse. Code Brown. We need fresh pants. Stat. I feel my lips tighten and roll my eyes. He shifts gears and tries another tactic. Besides, I don't think I could handle it if my best friend was devoured by some rodent of unusual size. There you go. There's the explicit Princess Bride reference. Anyway. Seeing that I'm not taking any of the bait, Goro has the good judgment to drop the subject and shift back into Doc Goro. Anyway, when you feed the feral, crush up an antihistamine pill into the food. Keep it sedated. It'll stay calm and heal quicker. The stuff I gave it tapers off fast, so it'll probably be half awake pretty soon. Give it a whole pill tonight without any worry. Then, based on its size, one pill 2 or 3 times a day should do it. After a pause, he adds, I got a feeling that this cat has a few lives left. Yeah, he's referring to them as cats too. I watch the feral sleep, carried away by the chemicals. Goro spends a few minutes with Pepper, who tolerates him but doesn't react much. I do hear her pointedly say, Pepper, home here. Go fuck off. Dismissing whatever Goro was trying to say to soothe her. Wow. Note to self, do not get on Pepper's bad side. She is one to hold a grudge. I can't really blame her. I just really hope this doesn't set Pepper back. The ceasefire between Pepper and Claudia seemed to be holding. 3 of us were just starting to get into a rhythm. I walk Goro out. Remember, watch the tail. Either it will heal or it won't. If it doesn't, Doc will need to chop off the bad bit. Good luck to me on that last part. Anyone I call will just want to put her down. I know a guy who knows a guy. I look flatly at Goro and raise an eyebrow. You know a guy? No, I know a guy who knows a guy. A guy I worked with had a cousin who knew this girl. Well, let's just say if you blow a finger off making illegal fireworks and don't want to get the cops involved, he's the one to call. So you're telling me you know someone who's basically a cheesy backroom doctor character from a bad action movie? I don't know the guy, never met him, but yeah, he does sound pretty cool. I just have his number. I'll send it to you so you have it if things get bad. Thanks, I guess. Hey, this is what friends are for. Helping move twice, providing first aid to injured ferals, listening to how the evil ex-girlfriend fit all her stuff into 2 bags. Goro meant every word of that with no trace of sarcasm or irony. No matter how weird or trivial the reason, Goro would drop what he was doing to come help me. He'd do anything for me at any time of the day or night. He has, every time I've asked. I gotta go, man. Tomorrow's the big day, basic training. Wish me luck. This is the 2nd time I've said goodbye to him tonight. It still doesn't feel real. I'm left with 3 Nikos, no girlfriend, and a best friend I won't get to see anymore. Seriously? God damn it. Goro left me his med bag. Quick inventory shows typical first aid stuff, scissors, over-the-counter medicines, creams and ointments, a lot of bandages and gauze, and among the many other items, a container of baby wipes, which I find odd but useful. Goro cleaned up the feral quite a bit, but only around the areas he treated. I slowly approach it, finding it semi-awake, still mostly dosed with the antihistamines. Gently and in a soft, reassuring voice, I speak to it. Hey there. I'm going to clean you up a little more. The feral simply stares at me with its one glazed blue eye. Its soft, steady breath hisses through lightly parted lips. I won't hurt you, so don't hurt me either. I'll stop if you want me to. Its good arm, no longer covering its face, is now under its head as a makeshift pillow. Feral obviously can't understand me, but my gentle talking seems to be acting as a lullaby. Pulling back the blanket is like peeling a bandage off an ugly wound. Obviously can't understand me? How are you determining that? Anyway. Using the baby wipes, I timidly clean the feral's face and arms, the whole time speaking in a soft drone. It's okay. You're doing great. It takes a while. At some point during the lengthy cleanup, it falls asleep again. This thing is really dirty. It gets me thinking about what Goro said about it dying out there. Skinny even for a feral. Because of rats, there are no more trash cans. Aha, there you go. That all that talk about world building and so on. Yeah, the government mandated incinerators because here's the reasoning behind the lack of trash cans, because the ROUSs are out there. Yeah, forget raccoons overturning your garbage can. It's giant rats. Anyway, the waitress said that they stopped giving away cat bread, so no more free meals left out for ferals. This one isn't in any shape to hunt. Are the marks slowly fading, or is it my imagination? Anyway, Goro said that your injuries look a week old. Have you been eating at all? I can't handle the pain when I stub my toe. You were probably hit by a car and have been dragging yourself around for a week, starving. You're a strong one. What if it doesn't recover? The thought from nowhere stops me cold. Not sure I can handle watching this wild creature die. If anyone else had found it, if they would have called the cops or an ambulance, and it would have been put down already. Mercifully ended the pain in its life. That's just the way it's done. Instead, you're here in my home. Pile of used baby wipes later, I got its face, arms, hands, legs, and feet clean without a problem. I mostly avoid the ribs, belly, and private areas. I don't want to push my luck. I drape the blanket back over it. All done. You ought to look better. Well, cleaner anyway. As I collect the used baby wipes, I notice that the feral's half awake again. It's been a couple of hours since Goro gave it antihistamines. So, time for another? Crush an antihistamine pill into the food, keep it sedated, it'll stay calm and heal quicker. I grab all the used wipes and the untouched cup of milk. And don't underestimate it. I dump the used wipes into the incinerator and crush up with one whole antihistamine pill. Additionally, I crush one of the big Nico-friendly pain relievers from the bottle that I keep on hand in case I ever need it for Claudia, and mix them both into the cup of milk. The feral's already wrestling with consciousness. My reappearance seems to trigger its survival instincts, further resisting the sedatives waning in its system. I speak in a soft monotone and offer the cup. It's okay. You're okay. Want some milk? The feral clumsily tucks most of her head under the blanket. Alright, no milk right now. We'll try something else. What the hell else is there to try? Cat bread, perhaps? I find Claudia in the kitchen. She seems slightly embarrassed to be here, as though I caught her doing something she shouldn't, something more befitting Pepper rather than her. I hand her the milk. Claudia, put this in the fridge for me. I'll save it for a later attempt. Answering my earlier question of how to get some antihistamines into the feral, the bag of cat bread, which was in the refrigerator, stares at me from the counter. It was in the fridge, wasn't it? I guess Claudia brought it out. Anyway, I pull out the containers of shrimp, chicken, and sashimi with a smile. Whoa, Pepper! Pepper, cake, fast as I can. I barely get half the steamed shrimp into a bowl before Pepper rushes into the kitchen. Sudden shift from the library quiet mood or trying not to freak out the injured feral to the ruckus of a demanding domestic is jarring. Yoink. Pepper snatches the food out of my hands and dashes off. Part of my brain instinctively wants to give chase, but all I can do is stand flat-footed with my mouth open. My hands still cradle the ghost of the bull that is now down the hall with Pepper. Claudia and I look at each other awkwardly. Then Claudia turns ready to go after Pepper. Wait, let her keep it. However well-intentioned Claudia might be, it would inevitably turn into a squabble with Pepper. I have bigger problems to deal with than being referee. A bit of stolen shrimp does not take priority over getting drugs into the feral before it wakes up enough to be problematic. Naughty Pepper. Was Pepper hiding in the hallway? Pepper wanted cat bread. Stopped her. Claudia replies sheepishly while unconsciously fiddling with a braid. So it was Pepper that pulled out the bag. I knew the cat bread was in the refrigerator. Let me guess. Pepper came out and you followed. Yeah, but want to. But want to. There are no leftovers in the fridge. Only now I realize they haven't had anything to eat since lunchtime. I spent more time than planned with Goro at the restaurant, and I've been busy dealing with the feral ever since I came home. This crazy night has gotten all of us distracted. Well, I guess I should be grateful that Pepper waited until I was away from the feral before performing her shenanigans. Claudia just smiles at my attempt to lighten the mood. I return her smile. Sashimi or chicken? Once things quiet down, my attention again returns to the feral. Put one shrimp and a small bite of chicken on a plate and slowly approach it. This time a pained whimper escapes the feral. It flinches as it moves. Meds are really wearing off. This isn't good. I have to get you to eat. I know you're hungry. Want this? I can tell from its trembling that what it wants is for me to leave, but the only reply is that piercing blue eye fixed on me, willing me away. Crap. After a useless moment of standing around, I opened the plastic on the sashimi. I can see why the waitress gave me the tuna and salmon. It has the slightest fishy smell. Fish should never smell fishy? But it has none of the spoiled indicators, so it's still okay to eat, especially for a feral. They live on rat meat and don't get sick. The feral tracks my movements from the kitchen to the living room as I approach. If you don't want this, I have no idea what I'm going to do. The feral answers with a pleading coo as I close in with the plate. Oh, you like fish? There's conflict, anxiety towards the human, hunger for the fish, apparent in how her eye jumps back and forth from my face to the plate. And oops, I missed a line there. Sorry. From my face to the plate, I avoid eye contact and set the plate down. Once I move back, the feral weakly reaches forward and clumsily drops a hand onto the plate. After sliding the plate closer, the piece of sashimi is unceremoniously stuffed into its mouth and swallowed without chewing. There's a moment of solace, relief, a pause to recognize an answer to her earlier prayer, perhaps? Ruling most people. Oh, up goes backwards in the scene? Oh, yeah? Yeah. Yeah. So there is. So it does. Anyway, moving on. A warm rush of reassurance floods through me, causing a smile, a big one. The feral looks at the empty plate and glares a drugged yet suspicious eye at me. That's sashimi. It's good, isn't it? I like sashimi too. Me. I'm floored. Did she know how to speak already? There's no way. It couldn't have. How did she pick it up that fast? Yeah. Sashimi. I'll get you some more. Yeah. Or is this hinting that maybe she wasn't actually feral? And previously learned to speak after living somewhere and was maybe cast out. Maybe that's just me speculating again. Anyway. I gingerly take the plate back and find myself rushing into the kitchen. I arrange the rest of the sashimi, crushing and sprinkling the medicines over several of the pieces. There's a weird excitement about this. I feel like I won something. But I need to keep my guard up, slow down before I spook it and it freaks out. Yeah, you just take a breath. When I come back, my new friend's gaze fixates on the plate in my hands. Sashimi? Shmi. Can't believe it. I step away, smiling as the feral picks up each piece from the plate with its good hand. Shimi, yeah, why not? Shimi. Shimi quickly fishes and licks the plate for good measure. I guess we decide that's her name. The antihistamines and pain relievers work their way into the feral system. As prudently as I'm watched, a week's worth of exhaustion and injuries teamed with the medicines are an irresistibly binding weight on the cat. Gently but insistently they pull down into the inevitable arms of sleep. I'm relieved, but also completely drained. My life has gone from enjoyably boring to a seemingly endless parade of unimaginable and ridiculous events, all of which demand my full energy and attention. Sleep tugs at me as well. It's late. I should... Oh, got another choice. Well, shoot. Check on Claudia, stay with Shimi, go to bed, or check on Pepper. Uh, hmm. Yeah, here I was just thinking, as soon as this in-game day finishes, I'm probably going to wrap up the stream. I guess there's a bit more than I thought. Could this one actually be more of a choice this time? Not the questionable seeming non-choices of before? I mean, we just fed Shimi, right? Okay, wait, okay. Yeah, we just talked with Claudia regarding the cat bread and stuff, and we just fed Shimi. I'm tempted to check on Pepper before going to bed. Again, like this all may be like, I don't know. I don't want to play the any kind of metagaming thing where I'm thinking, oh no, consider the dating simulator angle and stick with one character or something. In this case, it just feels prudent to check on Pepper, just because um, we haven't really interacted with her since Goro left, and she's probably in a probably not in a great state of mind. It just seems prudent to check on her. She's the only one we haven't talked to, so let's go with that. Pepper's on the window seat. Sitting in the dark with her feet under her, she gazes out the window. Where is that perfect Princess Pepper? Ah, here she is. Pepper's expressionless stare stays locked in the deep night just beyond the glass. Doesn't look like she ate any of the shrimp she pilfered from the kitchen. Excitement and challenge of swiping the yummy cat bread didn't last. Even though I've known Pepper as long as I've known Goro, this week is the first one we've spent any time really interacting. When I visited Goro, Pepper would always be doing her own thing, usually calculating in the next room, never too far away, aloof but still keeping tabs on us, periodically interrupting to demand Goro's attention for something. But now, being here, not having her own thing to be doing, after the very unceremonious delivery by Goro, then unexpectedly seeing him again, of course that's a heavy weight. How could it not dampen her appetite? Yeah. It's just not really sure how to console this stubborn girl. Sit with her or tease her? Oh, okay, we got another choice already. I mean, like the teaser option, that feels mean. I mean, I don't know, like she told Goro to F off, right? And like she's not in a good mood, like on the one hand, maybe like be approaching this in a playful way might sit well with her, but on the other hand, it could come across badly and seem just mean. So I'm tempted to go with the sit with her option. So let's go with that. I join Pepper on the window seat. We sit in silence for a while. The exhaustion weighing heavily on me only adds to the feeling of uselessness. Maybe it would be better to leave her alone. This isn't helpful in any way. When I move to leave, she turns quickly towards me. Something in her look makes me change my mind. But when I sit back down, her expression reads only as annoyance. It's like she can't decide which is worse, me staying or going. I think the feeling of powerlessness we're sharing is undermining any chance of us getting out of this gloomy mood. It's really out of my league here. Maybe I'm just so close with Claudia that I can easily discern her moods and needs, but Pepper, it's like trying to read a book written in some ancient forgotten language. You know, Pepper, Goro really cares about you. He would have taken you with him if he could. I don't know. Without breaking her staring contest with the knight, she flatly states, "Don't care. Pepper live here now." She says the last part as if it was a punishment, a mix of resignation and grim reality, like a sentence being read by an emotionless judge. I can't tell if she really doesn't care, or if she's playing coy, or if she knows there's simply nothing she can do about it. That is the question, isn't it? As it is, it sort of comes across like she's like feeling hurt and abandoned, and doesn't want to give Goro the satisfaction of like pretending things are okay, or pretending that what he did was okay. Anyway, moving on. She turns briefly to me. Pepper looks away again, her soft, sad eyes repeating her words into a question. Pepper live here now? Is she asking me if it's okay for her to live here? It's weird to me how she shifts gears so fast, playful and competitive one moment, angry and indignant the next. Emotions that all seem so genuine until they fall away, leaving this sad cat behind. The real Pepper, at least in this moment. Maybe I just don't understand the strange minds of Nikos. Or maybe, like me, in the back of Pepper's mind was she wondering if this was all still just some elaborate Goro prank, and he'd show up and take her back home. But he left, and she's still here. Not this time, no prank. I reach out and stroke her head between her ears. The touch slightly startles her, but she doesn't move away or try to stop me, nor does she press into my hand like Claudia would. Gently stroking her hair, I try to give what a reassurance I can. Yeah, you live here now. I try to sound enthusiastic about it. I'm not sure how it comes across. How the hell am I going to explain this to Mom? A short time later, the soothing affection I offer seems to reach her a little, I think. Maybe I just bored her, but Pepper's posture relaxes. She leans out of my reach and curls up on the window seat. Eventually, her breathing shows that she's fallen asleep. Got another choice. No, there are apparently 60 save slots, so let's just use them all. So I can stay with her, but she's asleep, so there doesn't seem to be any point. I think. I mean, unless we're doing the metagaming thing, I guess. As it is, I'm tempted to go to Claudia next, because both Pepper and Shimi are asleep right now. So let's check on Claudia. I find Claudia curled up in the middle of my bed, the now empty plate of chicken next to her. That's pretty unusual for her to have left it there and not brought it into the kitchen, but to be fair, this has been a very weird and stressful week, especially tonight. She's in his bed. Putting the plate aside, I reach over to gently wake her so she'll return to her room. At my touch, she reaches out and puts her arms around my waist without opening her eyes. She's pretty affectionate. I mean, she was with Mom, and when she could tell I really needed a hug, but still, I'm unprepared for the sudden physical contact. I remember this sentence tripping me up when I was playing the demo. Um, I think it may have been worded differently. Anyway, moving on. I guess, yeah, she's pretty affectionate. Yeah, this is another one of those garden paths that yeah, garden path meanings it lets you it starts out making you think it's saying something, and then it's as it goes on, it turns out it's supposed to be parsed differently. In this case, like, yeah, I think this is the same wording. Yeah, she was with mom, like not like the inclination for me is to parse it out as she was with mom, as you know, as a full clause, but you know, it's no like she was affectionate with mom. She's pretty affectionate. I mean, she was pretty affectionate with mom. Is I think is the intended meaning, but the way it's laid out there, it sort of trips you up. Anyway, moving on. The contrast of Claudia's low-key independence and a pleasant company compared to Pepper's constant need for a playmate makes me pause. It's so strange. This creature, Claudia, has been in my life, well, forever, since right after Dad died. She doesn't seek much attention. Still, I can't say that she's been getting what she deserves since Mom left. Have I been taking you for granted? Feeling like a jerk now, I sit on the bed. Still asleep, Claudia stretches her long body, moving to cuddle into me and ending up partly on my lap. Between Mia recently demanding I get rid of her, and the resulting fight with Mia, Pepper being here antagonizing her, and now an injured Feral in the living room, it's no wonder that even deep in sleep the soft lines and faint creases on her forehead portray unease. I rub her back. I should do something to show her my appreciation, but I honestly can't think of anything she needs. She likes her nail polish and dresses. She will eat and enjoy helping make just about anything I cook. She takes pleasure in her little chores and tasks, loves looking out the window of her sunroom and watching the flowers and birds. Easy, low maintenance. Like a weird sister, were the words Goro and used talking about Pepper. I don't look at Claudia like a sibling, but we do have a connection, a weird one. Something like someone who never had a Nico could ever understand. You always knew when I needed a hug. I grab the blanket and cover her up. Oh, I guess she's sleeping in this bed now. Being in Claudia's peaceful company makes me again realize just how emotionally drained I am from tonight and this week. Guess we've all had a rough week. It's giving me another choice. Lots of choices now. I said I was ready to wrap this up, darn it. Okay. Stay with Claudia, go to Shimi, or go to Pepper. I mean, I'm tempted to go to Shimi just to, you know, complete the trifecta and check in on each of them. So let's do that. The soft cushions of the sofa sap any remaining strength from my muscles. I release a long, deep sigh as I watch the Pharaoh sleep. Pillow, Shimi? Placing an end cushion on the floor, I slide it to her with my foot. Even in medicated sleep, when the cushion touches the Pharaoh's arm, it grabs the pillow, then, like a machine in slow motion, Shimi pulls the cushion close, hugging it. Having a Pharaoh in the middle of my living room is not a viable situation. I'm trying to think of what my other options are, but I can barely keep my eyes open. He's gonna fall asleep on the couch now. I just need a moment to think. Maybe hard for an egg to turn into a bird. Could be harder for an egg to learn to fly. Be aware, Nico in Nonin area? What's this say? Something subway? Something street, what is that? Lake Street subway? What? There are letters missing. Restricted area, do not enter. Danger rats, keep out. Scent mustard, what? Okay, and moving on. We are eggs. We must be hatched or go bad. Shimi. Oh, I guess this was a dream sequence. Okay. Back. Oh, welcome back. Um, okay, if we're into the next day now, I think maybe this will be a decent stopping point. St as a decent stopping point. Um, yeah. Okay. Um, so game is saved. Um, so yeah. So yeah, those are the eyes of the three characters. You know, Shimi at the top, and Pepper and Claudia. Um, there we go. Woohoo! Yeah. I think. Look at extras. Wait, really? I mean, I said I was wrapping this up, but okay, I'll take a peek. Red rocket omelet. Gotta break some eggs. Sin Kitty caveat emptor. Hmm? Oh, yeah. Is this thing again? Okay. Um, it's just end replay. Yeah. I'll I'll look at these another time. Yeah, that's anyway. This is the start of OmOneko. I yeah, like I said, what can I add? I haven't said already. Yeah, from this point on, it's material I haven't seen before. Like uh, this was the point where the demo that I played finished, or at least as far as I got in it, I guess. Um, yeah. Finishing on the introduction of the third character seems like uh, a good point to wrap up the stream. Um, yeah, I mean, not gonna lie. Like, what can I say? I have some misgivings about where the thing could be going, or and so on, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Um, yeah, I don't know. Uh, like, how do I say it? How do I like? Um, as I keep saying, like it has the look of something that's catering to a particular audience that you know wants to look at you know attractive girls that you don't actually have to care about their feelings of or something like that. You know, it's you know what I mean. Like it's that they exist in a society which like totally denigrates them, and even a protag who's grown up with one of them, his internal monologue has language that uh, looks down on them, like referring to them as it, for instance, or referring to them in ways that this DDLC had to sell itself as a typical dating sim to be able to subvert itself, right? Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's we're gonna see where we're going. I'm gonna continue this. I'll continue another day, but yeah, um, we'll see. We'll see. But for now, I'm gonna see about who to raid, and I believe Coder is on right now, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, playing Persona 5 Royal, and yeah, just give him a raid. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was gonna have an audience for this, to be honest. Like, this game is basically not heard of. Incidentally, there's no when I looked up the tag, I entered the name, it auto filled in OmOneko, but there's no thumbnail for it in Twitch. So I don't know, maybe something for you to look into, Maddie. Just FYI. But yeah, let's. Yeah, let's give Coder raid here. Yeah, going from a visual novel to anime role-playing game thing. Um, yeah, what else can I say about this? Yeah, I don't know. I've got nothing. It's we'll see where it goes. But that's all for now. Until next time.